We are going to start shortly. Thank you. Yeah, there are nameplates, if you kindly see where you have great. Thank you. So once again, I welcome on behalf of the Institute to these extremely important gatherings of minds, and we are going to start now, and I'm requesting our research assistant, Madara Diaz, to kindly take over and steer us throughout the day. Thank you. Madara?
Good morning, all. On behalf of Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada, I warmly welcome you to our 2 days international conference titled Ending Myanmar's Decades-Long Civil War, Charting a Path to Lasting Peace. This is a Global Affairs Canada funded project. We are grateful to have distinguished leaders, scholars, diplomats, and peace practitioners with us today, both in person and virtually. Before we begin, just a few quick notes for your convenience. Washrooms are located on the right side, and Wi-Fi is available under the network name U Manitoba Guest. Kindly speak to one of our volunteers, and please keep your phones on silent. Our program is being live streamed, and we had to adjust our schedule a bit considering our virtual presenters' local time as well. So we are honored to begin our program by acknowledging the land and centering ourselves in Indigenous prayer. We are in Treaty 1 territory. You will be happy to note that on 30th of September, we are celebrate Truth and Reconciliation, acknowledging the historic harms done to our Indigenous people and how we are working together towards a better future. It is my privilege to welcome Elder Charlotte Nolin, an Indigenous elder from the University of Manitoba. Elder Charlotte Nolin will now lead us in prayer and open our gathering with wisdom and blessing. Please join me in welcoming her with deep respect.
Danse, bonjour. Hanista, ne powis kapskal ke hu square. Equa, make a zoom as the dim and pimpita. Equa, Charlotte. Kihune dodem, Red River Settlement, Dochan. Tastawaniao in the new and the snabi or tipimiswak. Greetings, my relatives. I introduce myself by the names that I walk with, which are Stand Strong Eagle Woman, Red Horse Running, and Charlotte. These names were given to me by the ancestors, and each name I take careful consideration of it, living up to the meaning of that name. As you gather here for the next 2 days talking about peace, something we've spoken about for years and years. I remember back in the 60s when we used to protest and we wanted peace. We wanted the world to live in a good way, with human beings acknowledging one another, loving one another, and helping one another. As for truth and reconciliation, I was asked that question a few years ago at the gathering in St. John's Park. And I told reporters from APTN and CBC that the truth was the file I carried with me. 19 years of my life were documented on 12 pages of paper. And reconciliation, that's a big word. And it's a word that involves every human being living in Canada. That it's not just up to the governments, the churches, and the Indigenous people to reconcile. It's up to every Canadian to reconcile. No tawina ksema itu kinanas kumentun Kinanas Gomatin, Kokonao, Mosunao, Kinanas Gomatin, Kikinao Ski, Maskiki, Equa Mitsu, Equa Mitekanabe, Equa Kokomosumasne. Ah, les créateurs, merci pour la journée. Merci pour les petits-enfants, les jeunes, les parents, les aînés. Merci les créateurs pour tout ce que vous nous donnez. Creator, grandmothers, grandfathers, I ask you to come and sit with my relatives today. Share your wisdom, your guidance, so that as we move forward in time as human beings, we recognize the need for peace, not just in certain countries, but every country in the world. We need peace even here in Canada and to the south of us with what's happening over there. If I've forgotten anything, Creator, please accept them in my sound prayers. Mitakweyase, Gaginaw Kumakanak, all my relations, tut mapakante, ekose, aho. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Charlotte Nolin. Let me now invite Dr. Chris Adams, host at St. Paul's College, University of Manitoba, to open our program and share his welcome remarks.
Thank you for the prayer, Elder. Welcome, everybody. I congratulate you on making it through the construction and the crowded streets of all of our students coming in for their morning classes. So it's nice to see you all here at St. Paul's College. My name is Christopher Adams, and I'm the rector of St. Paul's College at the University of Manitoba. And I join with our college community in saying we are honored to provide space for this important international conference titled Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar. Last week, at the biennial conference with the University of Manitoba and Trier University, which focused on the theme of resistance transnational experiences that occurred in this room just a week ago, I was able to quote Hannah Arendt in my welcoming remarks. She is worth quoting again here. She writes in The Human Condition that as humans, we are drawn to appear in the public sphere. She writes that humans actualize ideas with action, quote, only where word and deed have not parted company, where words are not empty and deeds not brutal, where words are not used to veil intentions but to disclose realities, and deeds are not used to violate and destroy but to establish relations and create new realities, unquote. So this conference commencing today brings many voices to the table, linking interdisciplinary theory, politics, in terms of we have politicians that will be here today, with on-the-ground experiences. It brings to reality what Arendt was speaking about. Before concluding, and I'm going to keep to the 5-minute maximum, I wish to mention that St. Paul's College and the Arthur V. Morrow Institute for Peace and Justice are working with a coordinating committee of community stakeholders, including the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, to launch an international peace summit to be held in Winnipeg in August of 2027. It seems like a long way off, but it's less than 2 years. So today, when we hear the news from Gaza, Ukraine, Myanmar, and other trouble spots around the globe, one can only reflect that this is an important time for peace days and a conference such as this. I welcome all of you to St. Paul's College and wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. We will hear from Professor Dr. Emdad now, our host at the University of Manitoba, who will also extend words of welcome. Professor Emdad teaches at Natural Resource Institute in this university.
Good morning. First, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Manitoba campuses are located on original lands of Ashinibeg, Cree, Oji Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homeland of Métis Nation. We respect the treaties that were made on these territories, We acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past. We dedicate ourselves to move forward in partnership with indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. On behalf of the University of Manitoba, I would like to welcome all the guests that are present here. Humankind is passing through a very challenging time today. Humankind never produced so much prosperity and wealth in the entire human history. On the other hand, as Dr. Chris Adam just mentioned, there are hotspots from where we get news every day, from Ukraine, from Gaza, from Myanmar, and so on and so forth. So on the one hand, we have prosperity, but on the other hand, we have sufferings and misery. And who are paying the price? In many places is the ethnic minorities who are facing ethnic cleansing, displacement, and despair. In case of Rohingya, more than 1 million people were displaced, and they got displaced and refuge in a number of countries, including Bangladesh, Thailand, and Cambodia, and other places. So it's an issue of human insecurity and violation of human rights that we'll be talking about in the next 2 days. We are living in a very dynamic world. My own area of research is environment and natural resources. And from the macro level dynamics, I can draw your attention to that critical mineral now became very, very important for technological changes. And some of the countries having this kind of critical minerals turned to be not fortunate, rather unfortunate. So Myanmar obviously is one of those countries which has got very valuable critical mineral. And the corporate eyes, global corporate eyes are on them. So this puts a new layer on this ongoing conflict that is continuing for decades. Does this kind of layer complicate things more in resolving the conflicts, or it creates more opportunities? Finally, what I would like to reflect is that dialogue and discussion of this kind and different forums and among all the parties involved is the way to move forward for building peace and justice and fairness and provide human security and respect human rights. Civil war and extraterritorial wars cannot solve anything for humankind. If we can recall that even the Vietnam War ended up with a dialogue and negotiation between Lee Dak-tho and Dr. Henry Kissinger. So obviously, without dialogue and conversation, there's no way we can resolve war and conflict. So I hope that this dialogue and conversation give us some directions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Imdad. Our next presenter is Dr. Kausar Ahmed, project lead for this initiative. Dr. Ahmed has been at the forefront of research and advocacy on issues related to Rohingya crisis and peace building. He will share the project overview now.
Thank you very much, Madhura. A very good morning, and I would like to start by expressing our deep gratitude, and our senator is here. Welcome, Senator. Thank you very much. She has traveled all the way from Ottawa. Our gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow human beings, so warm welcome from the project team, and today the setup and the guests traveling half of the world is made possible by our army of volunteers. So let's give it a big shout for our volunteers. Thank you very much. I have a couple of slides just to set the context. You are experts, and this is kind of a little different format that we arranged today's discussion because as you see the setup, we are going to talk more deeply with regards to the issue at hand. But as we start, I also would like to acknowledge that our institute is located on the original lands of Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homelands of Métis Nation. We are all treaty people, and this is why we started our whole day program with the prayers from our elders. Ladies and gentlemen, as I promised, we'll talk about a little bit the context about this project. So I'd like to start by using some of the data that I very recently collected from Crisis Group, and because as you know, the sessions are going on in the UN, various leaders from all over the world coming and speaking, and the Crisis Group actually published a white paper just 3 days ago, and this is the summary of their discussions. And as you see, Myanmar is really in the epicenter of an armed conflict that is going on for a couple of years. And as you see our poster, that is what we are showcasing, and the data taken from ACLED, one of the pioneer in data mining group based out of Washington, D.C. So Myanmar has that armed conflict going on, and its impact is felt in neighboring countries, including Bangladesh. And traditionally, we are deeply involved in Rohingya crisis research and advocacy since its founding of our institute. So we are kind of into this research for a very long time, almost 8 years, and various publications, including books and seminars, etc. What we found that we are not talking much about the conflict resolution in Myanmar than the rest of the world. And this is something actually brought us to this discussion of how to really end the war. But for today's context, and there are a lot of people watching us from outside, we just wanted to show that Myanmar, according to ACLED, is the second most intense global conflict at hand after Palestine, Middle East. So that is the most appalling things. And sometimes we are asked why Myanmar. There are many other conflicts going on. One thing, as I said, that we are researching on Rohingya crisis for a very long time. And of course, for strategic reason that we thought that this is a project that makes many sense to us. Human sufferings are going on in this part of the world for a very long time, and especially quite intensely from the coup d'etat of 2021. Canada's growing interest is really unfolding in this region. With this start, I would refer back to former Prime Minister of the country, Trudeau, and his visit in the ASEAN. So from there, we have seen a growing interest of our country in that area. I think it also expedited the current uncertain global economic condition with regards to our southern neighbor. So there is what we see, a growing interest in this area. And of course, geopolitics is in this center. There are two major powers located in that part of the world, China and India, and they have profound impact in the region itself. Just a thing from our institute that we wanted to analyze what kind of stability and instability might occur if we are not talking about peace in Myanmar. So this is something we thought that we'll share with you, that there are security flashpoints and strategic choke points which is driving the conflict among some of the major powers in this region. And but with regards to Indo-Pacific area, here is a very brief summary why this area is so important. And often from this part of the world, we don't talk about it, and we don't really understand why this area, which hosts so much of people, market, and so on and so forth, and especially foreign direct investment in many of the places. And Canada does have an Indo-Pacific strategy. As you go to the website of Global Affairs Canada, and you will see there are a number of points that our government has outlined. And one of the most important points, I would say, is the energy security. and so much of discussion going on in that part of the world, how energy can be transported and used by the major powers in that region. And Canada needs to be involved quite comprehensively. Our project actually has 2 phases, and we are finishing phase 1 as we speak in this month with the presentation of the concept note. However, these are the 3 main points for our projects if you have a broader overlook. Recognition of the voices, and we are very grateful that we have 2 guests today with us from Myanmar community as well. So we, and of course from Rohingya community, we have another guest who kindly joined from Ottawa. So we are going to talk about those, and especially we are also very grateful to have with us our collaborator from Southeast Asia. It's called CHARN, Southeast Asian Network for Human Rights and Peace Studies, and 2 of the guests traveled half of the world to join us today. And we are going to generate a lot of evidences and data, hopefully from the project, so which will mean that this is how we proceed to end the conflict. And most importantly, we are building a knowledge hub, one of a kind, very unique. And so far we have put up over 1,100 copies of policy decisions, communiques, and other things. So if you go to our website, you will find Knowledge Hub. So you can visit. We are building it up so that it becomes a repository of knowledge even the project ends. Project roadmap, I alluded to already. We are ending phase 1 here. And today we are also very grateful to have with us Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, who is our project collaborator from Bangladesh. He leads Center for Alternatives. And he's with us to present the whole concept note a little later, and where we learn how we have developed so far. And from now onward, we are going to test our concept notes, including a very unique tool we are going to test tomorrow in full scale, but today we'll show you a bit of it. So this is our project, and it is a 2-year project. It will end in next year around September, October. A quick note, I'm heading to UN on 29th. On 30th, I'm going to participate a high-level conference on Rohingya and other minorities. And it's a sideline meeting in the UN organized by General Assembly. So there are discussions going on at various levels how to resolve the conflict, and I think it's an appropriate venue to talk about this. And I think most importantly, in the second phase, we are going to also test our concept note first in Bangladesh. I think we have planned 9 or 10 workshops, and then in the Southeast Asian region with the help from our project partners. And I would only say in the last slide that building peace is not easy. Going to war is far, far easier. You can trigger war conveniently within a couple of hours. But building peace takes a lot of hard work. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes long-term commitment. But through our project, it's just a project, right? It is, and that is why I'm requesting not to expand your hopes too much, but realistically. But what we expect that this should lay the foundation of future works and future roadmap of the conflict resolution itself. And I must thank all of you, especially our guests, those who have traveled, our senator who has kindly and graciously accepted our invitation to speak. She had been to Bangladesh a couple of times, just so that you know. She will possibly share some of our insights today. Thank you, guests, for coming in and taking part in this project. We appreciate your time and energy. Thank you, and stay well. And on the last note, of course, beautiful city of Winnipeg. I don't know, you have brought very good weather, fall, and Forks and Gimli, things are coming up very soon. So enjoy when you stay here with us, and we'll be more than happy to extend our hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad. Joining us virtually from Malaysia, we are honored to have Tan Sri Said Hamid Albar, former Foreign Minister of Malaysia. He will offer his reflection on regional diplomacy and peace and efforts. Here is a brief bio. Tan Sri Dr. Said Hamid bin Said Jafar Albar is a seasoned Malaysian lawyer, politician, and diplomat with an extensive career in public service. He served as minister in the Prime Minister's Department and Minister of Justice from 1990 to 1995, followed by appointments as Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Minister of Home Affairs. As a Member of Parliament for Kota Tinggi from 1990 to 2013, he played a pivotal role in shaping Malaysia's domestic foreign policy. His leadership extended beyond politics into diplomacy and governance, including roles as Chairman of the Land Public Transport Commission, Special Envoy of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for Myanmar, President of Humanity Malaysia, and Council Member of the Asian Peace and Reconciliation Council. He currently serves as the inaugural Chancellor of Asia E-University, continuing his contribution to education and international affairs.
Your Excellency, you are on. You can speak now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Actually, in Malaysia, it is sleeping time at present. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you have organized a very good conference of 2 days to discuss about lasting peace in Myanmar. I will, within the time that has been allotted to me, I will mention some of the issues that I consider as important based on my experience working in various capacities. I think, first of all, I'd just like to recap, to mention what you have mentioned in your earlier presentation by the other speakers. I think Myanmar's crisis is not confined to a struggle between the military and the pro-democracy movement. It is actually a deeper story of a nation that has never actually resolved the question of its minorities. So from the Rohingya and Rakhine, as we mentioned just now, to the Karen, Kachin, the Shan, Chin, Mon, and Wa, across the borderlands, the challenge of national identity, federalism, and equality remains at the heart of Myanmar's instability. So that's how I would like to kick off my discussion. So I would consider Myanmar's crisis is not just a domestic issue, it is a regional and humanitarian emergency. The biggest problem we face is for a long, long time, we have always looked at it as a domestic issue. And I think the international community also ignores about this problem and leave it to Myanmar, because not many of us know about the issues in Myanmar except those who are involved in the matter. So as far as ASEAN is concerned, Malaysia, when we took over the chairmanship, it is our intention to find some resolution. Our region continues to be confronted by this grave crisis. ASEAN, of course, has not stood idle in recent years. We have envoys and partners have engaged, like currently you're discussing the subject, not only with the State Administrative Council, but also with ethnic armed organizations, civil society, humanitarian actors, and representatives of the democratic movement. Malaysia as a chair must show, in my view, based on if you want to have ASEAN's credibility not to be affected, to have a meaningful and relevant role, we cannot help resolve this, or by just saying we cannot interfere. I think we must say, yes, we don't interfere, but we cannot be indifferent. So I think this is what we are trying to do. And this is important to our centrality. And Malaysia as chair, in my view, we have to show moral courage and practical leadership. So I think when we talk about practical leadership, we propose that the 5-point consensus be revitalized with clear and measurable outcomes: verified humanitarian access, reduction in attacks on civilian, release of political detainees. I think we have been talking about this, but we have not been able to put it in practical use. Just now, the earlier speaker mentioned about it's easy to build, to create war, but it's not easy to create peace. But this does not mean that because it is difficult, then we tend to set aside and watch for things to happen until such times that we will not able to handle it away. So I believe that the best way to do now is from engagements which we have done, we must produce result. And I think ASEAN has been talking to all stakeholders, the junta, ethnic armed groups, civil society. Now, the dialogue that we have, that you mentioned just now, that dialogue and discussion is important for achieving peace. But the dialogue must produce results. And in order to produce results, we must show that the airstrikes will be stopped, attacks on civilians will be stopped, the release of political detainees, allow verified humanitarian access to the areas that is involved in the conflict. These outcomes, then, at present, it is not done. In fact, these outcomes must be monitored and reviewed at every ASEAN summit. So it must be part of the agenda. What is happening to the 5-point consensus? What is happening to the humanitarian aid that we are talking about? Is there anything moving? If there is, it's not moving, what is the alternative? What other routes should we take? So I think this is the way forward. And I think there must also be a phased political pathway. And we agree that peace will not come overnight, but we must set a political horizon. There must be a roadmap. There must be a clear, and the phase 1, humanitarian relief and local ceasefires, has it produced result? What is the result? And the phase 2, inclusive national dialogue among all stakeholders. And the phase 3 that action could be taken, that you can discuss in your 2 days, transition towards federal democracy with international guarantees. And I think the most important thing for us to bear in mind is the geopolitical realities. This crisis, in my view, is also shaped by great power rivalries involving US, China, India's security interests, Russia's military support. ASEAN, as the central party in the area, has to play a neutral role, but it must be united and it must be central at all the decision making that involve its member state. Malaysia, in my view, can convene an ASEAN Plus contract group with China, India, UN, and Gulf partners to keep diplomacy balanced and credible. And I think the principles, as I want to conclude, the principle for Malaysia's chairmanship, which in this particular case, before we hand over to Philippines, first, accountability. When we talk about accountability, I think in many conflict areas, we always talk about accountability, but there is no clear benchmark for progress. Humanitarian leadership, aid must flow to the people in need. And again, this is an area that we need to have more transparency and inclusive engagement. Inclusive engagement, it means that we must not exclude any interested party, any stakeholders from the dialogue. And I think ASEAN and the international community goes along. Of course, we have got International Court of Justice, we have got the ICC, but there must not be indifference. ASEAN must not turn away from the suffering. So lastly, I would like to conclude by saying lasting peace in Myanmar requires courage, inclusivity, and persistence. Malaysia's leadership can help but there must be continuity. Even in the case of the special envoy that we have appointed, the special envoy is for a certain period. But I think there should be more permanency in the appointment of the special envoy, and we must work very closely with Bangladesh that house many of the refugees, the majority of the refugees. So I think it's from process, we want to see from process to progress, from words to action. Our aim is that Myanmar that is can be born, that is peaceful, democratic, and stable for its people and for the good and progress of ASEAN. Thank you very much for giving me space and giving me to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any question for His Excellency, I can communicate. Do you have any questions for him? Especially from ASEAN side? Okay. If not, then let me have the privilege of having one question to Your Excellency. Excellency, you said that Malaysian leadership would be critical in resolving Myanmar conflict. So would you share with us what kind of leadership you suggest should be spearheading the conflict resolution in Myanmar? Do you have anything that you want to share with us in the future, what is coming up from Malaysia as a lead country?
Thank you very much for your question. I think within this short period, I'd just like to say this. Myanmar membership into ASEAN, Malaysia played a very fundamental role in bringing Myanmar in believing in engagement rather than containment. So because of that, we have developed trust, and we would like to maintain this as a neutral party that can bring all stakeholders with all the difference, which we are doing. In fact, we have got one of our NGO that is called Myanmar Advisory Group. We advise the government, and we also meet all the minorities, whether the armed group or the groups in the conflict. We bring them to KL. We have a lot of discussions and come up with some proposals and suggestions. So that's, I think, within the short time, that's what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And we don't see much, not many more questions from the audience. So on behalf of the Institute, Your Excellency, thank you so much for your insights and coming in and talking to us. You stay well and stay fine. And hopefully in the second phase, we are going to talk to you in person in Malaysia. Thank you once again, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next, we have privilege to have the Honorable Bob Ray, Canada's ambassador to the United Nations, who has shared insights from the UN perspective on Myanmar and global peace building. Please watch his recorded video.
Just to give you a context, Honorable Bob Ray is unable to come virtually as well because he's attending some of the sessions in the UN. But he was very kind to send us a video. And give me 30 seconds or 1 minute, let me put up the video for you. Thank you. In the meantime, feel free, coffee and tea. And I think samosas are arriving very quickly, right? Thank you. You must have seen lots of my emails by this time. Thank you very much for holding on. So we are going to share Honorable Bobry's message for us today.
It's my pleasure to join this very important discussion that Professor Ahmed is leading on the question of Myanmar, on the question of the Rohingya, and on the issue of a conflict that has gone on for far too long. As I discovered when I started my work in this area back in many years ago now, 2017, when I was first asked by the Prime Minister to get involved. I've benefited enormously from listening, learning, reading, and really discussing with people not only the way in which the conflict unfolded in August of 2017, when nearly 1 million people were expelled from Myanmar, but looking more broadly at the history of the conflict. And it's clear that the origins of the conflict are deeply embedded in what I would call the legacies of empire. It's important to, for me at least, not so much to concentrate on the perennial question of, well, who was there first or who was where first, because I don't really think that's a helpful discussion, except to say that it's important for everyone to recognize that the Rohingya are indigenous to what is now Myanmar, and that it isn't good enough to say that all of them were part of another country at another time. That doesn't work for me. The long history of engagement, of involvement, of position and place in Myanmar, in what we now call Rakhine, comes from many centuries of engagement and involvement in that region. However, it is important to remember that one of the features of the British Empire, dating back to the end of the 17th century, was a vision of a whole region that would be subject to British rule. And over time, as we know, the borders and boundaries, in terms of the countries in what are now the countries in the region, that is to say, India, originally East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, and Burma, now Myanmar, that those borders and boundaries were very fluid under the British, and that people moved and traveled all the time. So that the population that lived in Myanmar when independence was declared at the end of the 1940s was a very mixed and diverse population. And there was this important phrase that became part of the militancy of Aung San, who was the father of Aung San Suu Kyi, who said, the goal is Burma for the Burmese. That phrase has a mixed meaning to people in the region. For the Bamar population, which are the majority population or the plurality population in what is now Myanmar, it meant that this is the time for the Bamar to rule. And that's the ambivalence, that, if you like, the critical issue, which is at heart of the vision that people have for the Constitution of Burma and the Constitution of Myanmar. And that is, do we want it to be a pluralistic one, or do we want it to be one in which one particular group is able to dominate? And as everyone who's attending this seminar probably knows, Myanmar has been the center of conflict, indeed of civil war, that does not stem from one moment in time in the 1950s or 60s or 70s. It actually goes back a generation and is rooted in the question of how all of the groups living in the region would work together or be able to work together, and how they would be able to take responsibility for a sovereign state. And one of the things that we know is that in Rakhine, the treatment of the Rohingya has long been an issue of deep concern. A Muslim population where other groups are in larger numbers, where a Buddhist population is in larger numbers, how that all plays out, how it was allowed to play out, and how it emerges in today's world, I think is the critical question. Because we can't understand the AA with the Arakan army, we can't understand the revival of Buddhist regional tensions in all of Myanmar, the role that's played by various religious leaders, the conflicts within the regions, what I call the horseshoe of the country, all of the regions, the mountainous regions around the Myanmar Valley are in the Irrawaddy Valley have been at war with this strongly centralist vision of an army-led revolt that moved the Burmese army, the national army, from being anti-British and anti-colonial to being anti-Japanese and then to being anti-colonial again, but strongly under the control of the nationalist forces that saw not their nationalism as simply being opposed to the colonial powers, but also a nationalist vision that led to this sense of the particular place and mission of the Myanmar community in the context of an ever-changing, effectively pluralist society. So that's my take on that issue. And I say that because I think that sometimes there's a tendency to think that there's particularly from Western experts, so-called, that there's some sort of a quick fix that doesn't really come to grips with the history, but also the way in which this history is evolving. The dispute which we saw in 2017 was the successor to the dispute which was in play for decades in Rakhine. And we see the same, the need to understand that today the evolution of the Arakan army and the role that it has played and it is playing in the current context is extremely important to understand as we look at the nature of this really endless civil war that has been underway in Myanmar for a very, very long time. A civil war in which the expulsion of the Rohingya and an attempt to simply forcibly exclude people from the constitution, from the family of rights, from the political structures, has played havoc with the notion of a modern constitution, a decentralized federalist constitution, which recognizes the role not only of the Rohingya but of all the nationalities in the life of a modern Myanmar. So the study that Global Affairs Canada is supporting, I think, is a very important one, is to say, what are the elements of the Constitution that will allow pluralism to be expressed? How do we deal with the rights of return in a practical way? What are the forces that will allow this to happen? And how can we create the conditions that will lead to a democratic federalist constitution which recognizes the rights of all peoples? The final point I want to make is that it's difficult for Canada to do this in a sense, from afar. We need to understand that in the region itself, the government of India and the government of China play a particularly critical role in the evolution of this conflict and of this struggle, which is part of a broader struggle about the role of democracy and human rights in modern Asia and modern South Asia, which I think is, again, something about which Canada can be very clear. But we need to understand that there are authoritarian impulses in the region, authoritarian structures in the country, in the region, which make it more difficult for human rights and for pluralism to be allowed to play the role that many of us believe they should be allowed to play, because the authoritarian answers to this problem are not the right answers. So I wish you very, very much success in your conference. I think it's an incredibly important moment in time when there will be many people looking at this, trying to educate the world and educate all of us in what are the policy steps that we can usefully take, what are the interventions we can usefully make, and how can we play the most constructive role in allowing for the human rights of everyone, including the Rohingya, but including all of the groups in Myanmar, to be expressed in a way that makes the most sense, and for us to have a bit of a comparative and historical sense of how the struggle evolved in the country and what is involved in resolving the very deep conflict that is still underway. My congratulations to Professor Ahmed and his team for pulling this together. Wishing you the very best in your work, and look forward to hearing some of your results. Thank you very, very much.
Sorry, folks, you can't have any questions for him. But if you really have pressing questions, I can take it to him on 1st of October when I meet him at his office. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are honored to invite Senator Marilo McPhedran, Senator from Ottawa, who has long worked on human rights and humanitarian advocacy. Senator Marilo McPhedran is a Canadian lawyer, human rights advocate appointed for her leadership in advancing gender equality and systematic reform. A member of the Order of Canada, she co-founded LEAF, MITRAC, and the Gerstein Crisis Center, and established the International Women's Rights Project and the Institute for International Women's Rights at Global College. Her career spans law, governance, and education, including roles as Chief Commissioner of the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission, Principal of Global College, and UN Human Rights Fellow. She has chaired inquiries into sexual abuse in healthcare, authored numerous scholarly works on constitutional equality and women's rights, and developed innovative human rights education programs, including the Human Rights University Summer Institute at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights.
Can I just do a sound check?
Yes, you're good.
The sound level is good? Okay. Thank you very much. I want to particularly thank Dr. Kawsar Ahmed, David Newman, and all the co-hosts of this much-needed conference for including me today. In addition to the land acknowledgement that we are on Treaty 1 territory and the homeland of the Red River Métis Nation, I wish to acknowledge that the Parliament of Canada is on the unceded, unsurrendered lands of the Algonquin First Nation. This morning, I would like to contribute to our international conversation on ending Myanmar's decades-long civil war by sharing my observations gained from years of work with women's peace-building initiatives in my university years, particularly at the University of Winnipeg Global College, and engaging in the UN context as a human rights educator and parliamentarian. I am a founding board director of the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, based in the Church Center at the United Nations, a leader in developing the triple nexus approach to implementing the cluster of Security Council resolutions, beginning with Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2000, so 25th anniversary this year, and the more recently joined by the cluster of Security Council resolutions on youth, peace, and security. I was pleased to hear His Excellency Al Bard stress this morning that all stakeholders must be included in order to have any chance for peace in the region. And I want to thank Ambassador Bob Ray for his bold leadership for the past 5 years heading our mission at the United Nations, and for his special envoy work prior to that in addressing the Rohingya mass expulsion and his report, Tell Them We Are Human. And in his remarks today, confirming that Rohingya are indigenous to Myanmar, noting the religion-fueled tensions and violence that will not stop. Today, I also want to share with you some analysis that brings focus to the essential role of women and youth in peace building, wherever that may be, indeed everywhere where conflict may be. I was in Bangladesh at the same time as then Special Envoy Bob Rae made his first visit to the camps at Cox's Bazar, and with some other Canadian parliamentarians, sat with him on the evening that he returned from the mission at the camps. I remain grateful to Bob for his generosity in briefing us at a time when clearly he was reeling from what he had witnessed. He acknowledged that he was in a state of shock, of horror, and deep, deep concern about what was possible for Canada to try to make a positive difference in that horrendous situation. I know that my time today is fairly limited, but I would like to begin by acknowledging a number of women who are Rohingya in different parts of the world who have been leaders on peace building and speaking out. I've been particularly pleased to be able to work with YY Nu, and I want to quote her as part of this presentation. In noting the low levels of women's participation in peace processes and the irony that this is exactly what 25 years ago the United Nations Security Council addressed through the first of the cluster of Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security, the Resolution 1325. I don't even have words to adequately express what it means to sit here September 26th, 2025, and have to admit that we are seeing record levels of armed conflict in our world today. We have Gaza and Ukraine. We have the gender apartheid of the Taliban in Afghanistan. We have the humanitarian crises in Sudan, less so in Syria now, Yemen, and really conflicts around the world. Women have been, and here I'm quoting YY Nu, women have been disproportionately exposed to conflict-related sexual violence, femicide, gender apartheid, gender persecution, and other targeted atrocities because they are women or girls. Today, we're also confronted by an alarming global backlash against gender and women's rights. All these conditions undermine our collective ability to meaningfully participate in peacemaking, and in doing so, threaten our very hopes for peace. I want to note that 25 years ago, feminist movements around the world reminded the international community of our potential for ensuring an equal, just, and peaceful future wherever conflict was taking place. We are a very long way from that promise of equality, from that promise of peace. And one of the developments among women peace-building organizations, one of the leaders being the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, is to look at the triple nexus that is so essential for peace building so that we don't have a silo around financing, with a silo around development, with a silo around peace negotiations. That we really start to understand that this is a triple nexus We have to look at it all, we have to address it all, and we have to effectively move forward using this approach with the essential, crucial participation by women and youth in any of the peace-building efforts that we see. And so part of that, I think, is to really appreciate that the United Nations itself is under siege right now. The very mechanism that was built after World War II in San Francisco at that founding conference, and one of the aspects of that founding of the United Nations remains true to some degree today. And that is, there were many women, civil society leaders from different countries in San Francisco at the founding of the United Nations. And you will be challenged to find any documentation of what those women were doing day in and day out in interface with those who were holding official positions in the creation of the United Nations. This led, after considerable resistance, to the establishment of the Commission on the Status of Women. And that is today the regular meeting, the largest annual conference on women's rights that takes place in the world at New York, at the UN, around International Women's Day every March. And we are now approaching 80 years of the United Nations and 70 years of the Commission on the Status of Women. So how is it that we sit here today, that we place our minds and our hearts together, and we realize that even today, we are facing a massive backlash from a manosphere of misogyny in every aspect of societies around the world, fueled and supported by the internet. There's a capacity now to foment hate, be it hate against Rohingya or other excluded groups, hate against women and girls, gender diverse people, and to mobilize, as we saw very recently on the grounds of our own legislative buildings, where we had reportedly about 2,000 Manitobans showing up to celebrate a racist who had unfortunately been killed. We don't want to celebrate that. But we need to look at what it was that Charlie Kirk was saying over and over again in motivating acts of violence, acts of hatred, in focusing on refugees, immigrants, women, the way in which this feeds into this violent agenda that we as Canadians must struggle with and respond to south of the border. And I think that I'll close my remarks by just noting that every time there's been a peace negotiation that's reached an actual agreement where there was exclusion or minimization of women's participation, those agreements have failed. They have failed much sooner than agreements where there was that inclusion and where women and youth were actually engaged in identifying what were the key aspects of building and maintaining peace. It has often been said that it's the peace agreements, the peace negotiations that involve men with guns dealing with men with guns in order to try to build peace. It's ridiculous. It's not a formula that's going to work. It doesn't make sense. And yet we see the perpetration of this to this very day. So when we address as we are, when we focus as we are on Myanmar and the way in which civil peace appears to be far from achieved, let's remember that we have tools. We have the triple nexus approach. We have the Security Council resolutions on youth peace and security, women peace and security, and we have civil society organizations in Myanmar, outside Myanmar, not necessarily even organizations with direct involvement in Myanmar, who can bring and are bringing enormous contributions to this process. And I will close by reminiscing on my own trip to Cox's Bazar with board members of the Global Network of Women Peace Builders. And I want to recognize and thank Global Affairs Canada, because they have, from the very early days of the expulsion of Rohingya from Myanmar, funded the work of a number of women's organizations, including the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, to be in the camps. And GNWP has developed a model of reaching out to young women in around Cox's Bazar who are not Rohingya, and working with them to create what is essentially a core, a peace corps of young Bangladeshi women who go into the camps with the support of GNWP, with the support of Global Affairs Canada, and do localized peace building through education that is being denied by Bangladesh to all of these young Rohingya, and focusing on the young women, of the young Rohingya women. So it's young woman to young woman. And it's basic education, but not even basic education is available in most circumstances. And it is education that is infused with a peace-building agenda, so that the learning is also a learning of principles and approach of having this triple nexus approach at the most local level. One of the most moving memories I have of that time was sitting in a hut in Cox's Bazar, listening and watching as these young Bangladeshi women, who, by the way, face a lot of pushback in their community when they leave the camps and go back into their community, with the young Rohingya women, many of them with their babies or their young children as a result of rape. Nevertheless, mothering them, caring for them, and also learning as they go. This is the kind of peace building that we don't hear about very often, but this is the kind of peace building that truly creates the foundation for a resilient and lasting peace. Thank you very much. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you so much. I think I don't dare to summarize what Senator actually conveyed today, but I would like to request our audience to give her another round of applause for a very brave person today speaking about some of the pressing issues globally and locally. Thank you, Senator.
We now invite Rotarian and peace builder David G. Newman. He is the founder advisor of CREEK and the co-founder of Rotary Peace Days. Our event is also a part of Rotary Peace Days 2025 this time. He has long championed peace building through dialogue and reconciliation efforts in Canada and beyond. Here's a brief bio. Dr. David G. Newman Casey is a distinguished lawyer, former Manitoba cabinet minister, and global peace builder recognized for his leadership in advancing human rights and indigenous reconciliation. A longtime Rotarian, he co-founded Rotary District 5550 World Peace Partners, spearheading initiatives such as Rotary Adventures in Human Rights Program, Peace Days, and youth-focused peace education programs in partnership with the Canadian Museum for Human Rights and universities. David has served as District 5550 Honorary Legal Counsel and co-chaired committees on peace building and Indigenous engagement. His career spans advocacy in Aboriginal rights, environmental law, and institutional abuse alongside significant community service. A passionate servant leader, he continues to champion nuclear disarmament and global justice through projects like Rules of Law on Earth and the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada. David's legacy include philanthropic endowments supporting legal research, peace education, and Rotary's global peace initiatives.
Thank you for the lengthy introduction. An introduction which can only be accomplished if you have the privilege of living as long as I have and being associated with the people that I have been associated with for a career adult lifetime. And I want to really honor, here we are in a place of learning about peace and conflict resolution and conflict prevention. The Morrow Institute, and a visionary, of course, Arthur V. Morrow, had the concept that Winnipeg should be the new Geneva, and a vision which many of us see as part of the way forward. And it certainly applies to Myanmar, and it applies to every area of conflict in the world, including the many conflicts we have in our little microcosm of the world called Winnipeg, Manitoba, and Canada. I wanted to say that we are, you'll see the poster there, in peace days right now. Gary Senft, who's here, and is the president of the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation, is an example of how the Rotary movement works with friends. And friends include the Arthur V. Morrow Institute. They include St. Paul's College Foundation. They include the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. They certainly include all of the people in this room, in this building, who are in the Masters in Peace Studies program, in the PhD program, in the Masters of Human Rights program at the law school, and the students at the law school who are studying international law. So we humble career people in civil society, as several of the speakers have said, are stakeholders. And think about the stakeholder influence. Think about the influence of women, the influence of children and youth. We have a Youth Nuclear Peace Summit happening in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, the 5th one, October 30th and 31st. We have two Nobel Peace Prize organization representatives who will be in Winnipeg engaging with these young people who are leading their own conference, which they have done with teachers' support now for 5 years in Winnipeg. So what we see from this little city of Winnipeg, and in the big picture, this small populated country of Canada, with the support of Global Affairs Canada, supporting this project, supporting projects like this. What are we doing? What is the country doing investing in these kinds of things? What they're doing is they're investing in positive peace and peace literacy on a global basis, and sharing humbly the example of our own failures over the years as not only being a colonized people, but also then colonizers of our indigenous peoples when we became a country of our own. So we are going through transparently a truth and reconciliation process, kind of process probably the whole world needs. And we're examining our past. We're coming up with the truth of our history, which wasn't taught in our schools. And then we're now dealing with how we coexist in harmony, not only with each other as humans, but also with nature, how we sustainably relate to an environment which is fragile and under siege and threat of the kinds of basic elements for human life, preventing life on Earth of humans. And we have also an appreciation of the importance of future generations. So these are all stakeholders that should be at tables after ceasefires or before ceasefires to cause ceasefires, so that we can have sustainable peace with peace-literate people and an understanding that we all need and deserve justice and equality and equal opportunity to flourish. I wanted to comment a little bit about Rotary, because Rotary is a movement which has an enormous impact in the world that's always under the radar. But just to show you that the radar points out, in this room, I'm a Rotarian. Dr. Kauser Ahmed is a Rotarian. He was a Rotarian in Bangladesh before he ever came to Winnipeg. And then I met him, and we have ever since been disruptors in trying to build a better world from Winnipeg. Dr. Ernest Steeson, PhD from Cornell, engineer, is a Rotarian from BC. He founded Smart Settle, a tool which can be used by in-person mediators to bring about interest groups at a table and through the wonders of the internet together to have their interests identified in a process of coming to a consensus about how to move forward. We have a Rotary Peace Fellow, a master's graduate from the program, the Rotary Peace Fellowship program, one of about 1,800 in the world now, Maria Christine Cervantes from Colombia, who's here and part of this project. We have, of course, the support of the Masters in Human Rights program and the Morrow Institute in all of the kinds of things we do, because we realize that they realize that relating to civil society and engaged citizens is the way to achieve sustainability in peace and relationships. So I'm very grateful for all of that. And I'm looking forward to also the discussions and simulations which are going to take place for people to learn the potential for the goodness of augmented intelligence or AI in put to proper use by the proper people in the proper way. And the way we have seen you approach the concept of sustainable peace is to start with people in this room to bring the grassroots interests into the equation, into the discussion. And you do it, therefore, at a tier 3, a track 3 diplomacy level. And when you've done it at the track 3 diplomacy level, you can move it up to track 2. And they're the influencers with the track 1, the actual participants in peace negotiations at a government level. But it starts here. It starts in safety. It starts with the best minds and the best hearts and best spirits engaged in the process. One other thought just about history, and it's like a destiny. Rotary was founded in the United States in 1905 But where did it expand into an international body with an international constitution largely written by a Canadian? It started in Winnipeg, November 3rd, 1910. 1935, Rotary got a telegram from a club congratulating on its 25th anniversary of service. Think about that, Jerusalem, 1935. Well, the fact is another Canadian, Charles Davidson out of Calgary, founded a Rotary Club in Myanmar, which was then Burma, in 1929, and then one in Israel, in what is now Israel, in Jerusalem, in 1929. You know what? Both those clubs still exist and have existed continuously since that period of time. So in the telegram from Jerusalem, they said, congratulations on your 25th anniversary. May the Rotary wheel keep spinning in Winnipeg until world peace is achieved. Well, it's still spinning, and it's spinning faster and with more support than ever before, and that's necessary. Think about it. Today is the UN International Day for the total elimination of nuclear weapons. Why? Well, the day came about because in 1986, we almost had a nuclear war between Russia and the US by accident, a mistake. We also had, on September 21st, the International Day of Peace, which is celebrated at the beginning of Peace Days, September 12th to 28th. This is a Peace Days event. September 30th, we have the what we call Orange Shirt Day, but it's our Truth and Reconciliation Day for and with our Indigenous peoples, our treaty partners. So that, you heard the word Indigenous in relation to the Rohingya and the ethnicities in Myanmar. Again, a lot of commonalities. They were colonized, we were colonized, and now it's time to share our learning and to move forward together towards peace in this region that desperately needs it. Thanks for your attention and participation today.
There's a little change. Thank you very much, David. David is he's our friend and a constant inspiration throughout all these past decade. Dear audience, we are going to connect Center for Humanitarian Studies at Doha, Qatar. So let me try, because the speaker who's originally planned to appear, there's a change. So just give me 30 seconds to set the new speaker up. Thank you. While we are waiting for the speaker from Center for Humanitarian Studies, I would like to add a couple of comments, complimentary comments to Senator's wonderful work with the women, especially at Cox's Bazar. Conflict and Resilience Research Institute is really grateful to MCIC, Manitoba Council for International Cooperation, for continuously funding us since 2020. We have ran 3 pilot projects for the adolescent girls, not only in Cox's Bazar, but also in Bhashanchar Island. As you know, possibly there are around 35,000 Rohingyas live in an island south of Bangladesh. So thank you, MCIC. And very recently, MCIC also funded a livelihood project. For the first time, we are implementing the project already started. You can always find us in our social media feeds, the project launch and the beneficiary groups. So these are some of the wonderful works. I just wanted to echo with the Senator's words that we have to really work in a nexus, not in silos. Peace, development, and conflict resolution, these are all connected to each other. And especially for the education, because we believe education is the most sustainable thing that Rohingya people can achieve while they are in Bangladesh. Okay, our speaker is up. Hi. Hi, Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, hi, alaikum salam. Hi.
Good, excellent. So we are going to put you up in the screen. If you're ready, you can speak. And very briefly, so Mohammed Al-Susi is from Center for Humanitarian Studies in Doha, Qatar. I was very privileged to speak in one of their sessions in January. And my subject or my topic was humanitarian diplomacy. And the Institute is such a wonderful place to be. I can tell you, the audience, if you have any scope, do visit the center in Doha, Qatar. It's a state-of-art facility, and the connections that Mohammed Al-Susi and others, the director, they have gathered, it is really, really amazing. So Mohammed, back to you. So take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kausar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join you in this important seminar, Charting a Path to Lasting Peace. At the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies, CHS in Doha, we work on conflict and dialogue and mediation and humanitarian action. As agreed with the organizer, with Dr. Kausar, I would like to share some reflection on Qatar's experience in humanitarian diplomacy. Over the next 10 minutes, I will give a practical overview of 4 key areas. First, the Qatari use of soft power and mediation in conflict setting. And the second, its partnership with international organizations that deliver aid. Third, the role of national institutions, especially the Qatar Fund for Development, which is the governmental wing of development and aid. And finally, what these practices means for Qatar's broader foreign policy framework. So let's start with the soft power and mediation. As maybe some of you knows that the Qatar's influence abroad relies less on force. Qatar is a small state, and more on relationship and credibility and access. So this is the key areas that Qatar influence and relies on. Mediation sits at the center of this approach. In recent years, Doha has hosted or supported talks on files ranging from Gaza to Afghanistan and beyond. And right now, often this has been in close coordination with partners such as United States and Egypt, for example, right now with the Gaza conflict. These efforts are not just headline events. They are part of a consistent state policy in Qatar to create channels for dialogue where other channels are blocked. This work actually is anchored in the mandate of senior official responsible for mediation and international cooperation, ensuring that dialogue and humanitarian diplomacy remain central to the Qatar foreign policy. For example, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Qatar here, we have a state minister for international cooperation and also a state in charge. This minister is in charge for humanitarian diplomacy. And there is another state minister inside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also in charge only for the mediation rule of Qatar. This is in specific, but the whole country and the whole leadership of the country is just also putting all the resources together for this foreign policy rules that Qatar's play. The state has institutionalized these functions so that mediation and humanitarian diplomacy are not temporary initiative, but a standing feature of its external engagement. This continuity allows Qatar to sustain credibility as a trusted mediator in conflict settings, while deepening its partnership with the international and multilateral organization. So in short, the mediation track and the international cooperation track reinforce each other. Dialogue creates space for aid, and aid strengthens the credibility needed for dialogue. When we talk about humanitarian diplomacy, Qatar doesn't work in silo, is not only, and also it doesn't only make a meetings. It is also about moving resources to people safely and quickly. Qatar does this through structured partnership with the UN system and major international organizations. For example, at the operation level, partnerships are deep with UN agencies. For example, they have already signed many funding agreements and multi-year funding agreement with the WHO, with UNHCR, and even here now in Doha, since the last 10 years that OCHA, for example, they have their representative in Doha, UNHCR. There is a big compound called, the UN House, which is, having all those representatives from the main and the biggest UN agencies. All of these mechanisms make assistance more predictable, flexible, and accountable. Alongside these government to UN channels, so we have another system, which is the Qatari foundations. For example, education above all works with UNICEF and others to reach out to school children globally. This is part of the humanitarian diplomacy. And these are not small pilots. The education above all with UNICEF partnership alone spans multiple countries, reaching millions of children with a renewed framework to extend that work. This focus on education is part of Qatar's wider human development approach to crisis. These partnerships show how diplomacy translates into measurable outcomes, feeding the poorest, bringing children back to school, and restoring health services. So to sustain this work, Qatar relies on institutions with a clear mandates. So the Qatar Fund for Development, as I mentioned earlier, QFFD, is the state international development provider, similar to USAID previously, and CEDA Canada and CEDA Swedish and SDC in Switzerland, and other agencies, other development agencies in the world. Its mission, QFFD, Qatar Fund for Development, its mission spans the humanitarian aid, health and education system, poverty alleviation, climate resilience, and long-term recovery. And the QFFD often fund UN partner directly and co-finance with other donors, which reduce duplication and increase scale. For example, in September this year, in 2025, QFFD and the Saudi Fund for Development launched with the UNDP a joint initiative to help sustainable public services in Syria, to help stability inside the new Syria, let's say, after the regime has been falling. This shows Qatar readiness to act with a regional partner through multilateral channels, when that will speed up and scale delivery. Beyond QFFT, as I mentioned, education above all, Qatar Charity, Qatar Red Crescent complement the state architecture. So for instance, Qatar Charity recently signed a multi-year cooperation agreement with OCHA to strengthen emergency response. This mixed state funder with a QFFD and foundations and charitable organizations helps Qatar cover both immediate relief and long-term resilience. So what does this mean for Qatar foreign policy? First, the humanitarian diplomacy is a pillar, not a side activity. It advances a clear national interest, stability through dialogue and relief. Second, mediation and humanitarian delivery are deliberate and strategic. When Qatar mediates in conflicts such as Gaza, working with Egypt and the United States, it also builds the trust needed to deliver aid and open humanitarian space on the ground. Finally, allow me to finish with these 4 takeaways you can carry from this session about the Qatar humanitarian diplomacy. Qatar uses mediation to open doors and aid to keep those doors open. The partnership is the default mode and model is the multilateral. So assistance is coordinated and accountable. QFFD and Qatari Foundation provide steady financing and program design with the growing regional co-financing models. Policy coherence ensures that diplomacy, funding, and protection priorities move together. So Qatar will continue to invest in this model because it works. We at the center and the CHS here, the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies, we work in these areas together here as a Qatari think tank and research center. We work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We work with the too many, research, international research center, for example, like a Berghoff Foundation. We have also CEPRI and other international dialogue centers most of the time. So in terms of, helping, others in bringing them together for like track 1.5 and track 2 here in Doha and sometimes outside Doha. So finally, thank you very much for having this opportunity together today with you. And thank you very much for listening. And I'm not sure, I'm happy for any question or any comment if this is allowed. But thank you, Dr. Ahmed. And sorry if I take a long time of the session. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Mohammed, thank you very much. Actually, on behalf of the Institute, I would like to really express our gratitude to have you today on this very important topic. And the audience, if you have any question for Mohammed. Our audience is very learned. They usually don't have any questions. So, can you move the camera to David? So, Mohammed, one question from David Newman, who is our founder advisor. David's question is, if I have captured rightly, is what is the impact of the attacks on the AIDS in terms of delivery and its implementation? I think you are referring to Gaza. Thank you. Mohammed, if you have any comments.
This is, the very, right now it's very political, question and answer, because all that situation, if we can take, Gaza as an example, we are talking about, the failure of a humanitarian system. So the impact of it's simply that, preventing, these aid materials to be accessed safely and to hold the delivery aid for the needy people. Aid agencies, some of the aid agencies, biggest aid agencies, they suspended operation and withdrew their staff because they lack their protection, and the insecurity for the staff, leaving the people also without the critical support. The access routes also blocked in Gaza, and some of it considered too dangerous. So this is worsening, the existing crisis. So a lot of areas, if we are talking about the safety and the morale of the humanitarian workers and the civilian impact, it's in too many sides and aspects. The attacks on the humanitarian aid material is not about not delivering the aid itself, but other areas, as I said, the protection, the severe shortages in the ground, also withdrawing agencies from the ground, the safety, the protection, a lot of areas, to be honest. And at the end, just all of this jeopardize the humanitarian principle. So there is no neutrality or impartiality, that's come on the ground as a result and outcome of this. Really, the humanitarian system, which is the biggest failure, ever happened in the situation like Gaza.
Thank you, Mohammed. Our gratitude once again for being with us, Mohammed, and we look forward to engage you further down the road as we discussed in person in January. So, folks, let's give him another round of applause. Mohammed, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next, we are pleased to welcome Senior Policy Analyst Madison Hitchcock from Global Affairs Canada, who will highlight Canada's foreign policy engagement with the Myanmar crisis. Madison Hitchcock is currently a Senior Analyst in the Indo-Pacific Programming Division at Global Affairs Canada. She is responsible for the overall policy research, analysis, coordination of the Indo-Pacific Engagement Initiative, as well as implementation of two funding programs of the IPEI, a key component of the Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy. Madison has previously worked on issues related to fragile and conflict-affected states as project officer in the Afghanistan division at Global Affairs Canada and youth development coordinator at Minds Action Canada. She holds a Master of Arts degree in International Development and Globalization, as well as an Honours Bachelor of Science degree in Psychology, both from the University of Ottawa.
Hello, good morning, everybody. May I begin by thanking Dr. Ahmed and the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute for the invitation to provide brief remarks this morning. As was mentioned, my name is Madison Hitchcock. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst on the Indo-Pacific Engagement Team here at Global Affairs Canada, and I am the officer leading on this project with CRRIC. This seminar marks a significant milestone in the Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar project funded by Global Affairs Canada. This project, as you know, uses novel methodologies to support peace building in Myanmar and to work on stabilizing the region. It also brings together experts from different disciplines, regions, who speak different languages and come from different cultures, but who are all working towards the same vision of peace and security. This is one of the key aims of the Regional Connectivity Envelope, which is the program that was created through Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy to fund projects which would connect Canadian experts to their colleagues in the Indo-Pacific. These connections generate new ideas, build new pathways, and bring Canadian expertise to global challenges. The RCE was first launched in 2024, and $4.8 million was committed to 21 projects, which were selected through a competitive call for proposals process. These projects touch on all 5 strategic objectives of Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, from trade and supply chain resilience to environment, climate change adaptation, and people-to-people ties. The Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar project is a key example of Canada's commitment to peace and security, the first strategic objective of the IPS, as well as to the current situation in Myanmar. Since 2017, Canada has taken a leadership role in responding to the Myanmar and Rohingya crises and stressing the need to address the root causes. This was mentioned earlier by Ambassador Ray and Senator McFedrin. Canada has provided over $600 million in international assistance to help strengthen the resilience of at-risk and crisis-affected populations in Myanmar, as well as refugees and host communities in Bangladesh. We continue to deliver life-saving humanitarian assistance to the Rohingya and vulnerable and crisis-affected populations in Myanmar. Canada supports a range of stakeholders working towards a democratic, peaceful, and inclusive Myanmar. This is done through diplomatic engagements at various levels, including at the political and senior official level, at the UN in New York and Geneva, and in Myanmar and its neighboring states through our network of missions. We consistently urge for the immediate end to the violence, unrestricted humanitarian access to deliver much needed life-saving support to the people of Myanmar, and an inclusive dialogue towards the full restoration of democratic rule in Myanmar. As a strategic dialogue partner, Canada supports the central role of ASEAN to address the Myanmar crisis by calling on ASEAN member states to apply more pressure to the pursuit of regional-led solutions to these Myanmar and Rohingya crises. We welcome Malaysia's current leadership in ASEAN through its range of diplomatic engagement and convening of Myanmar stakeholder dialogues, and stress the need for these efforts to continue beyond the current ASEAN chairship, which I heard was also echoed by the speaker from Malaysia this morning. Canada also supports UN efforts to advance durable and sustainable solutions for Myanmar, Rohingya, and the broader region, in particular the work of the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Myanmar, Ms. Julie Bishop. In line with the Government of Canada's priorities to promote the rules-based international order and international peace and security, Canada has increased pressure on the military regime through 10 rounds of coordinated sanctions since the coup, in coordination with other countries. In parallel, Canada pursues its diplomatic efforts to call on all countries to ensure that the regime is not receiving arms, aviation fuel, or revenue through their jurisdictions. Canada supports efforts to ensure accountability for perpetrators of human rights violations in Myanmar, as well as justice for survivors. Global Affairs Canada continues its active public advocacy and diplomatic engagement to ensure sustained attention to the grave situation in Myanmar, in a complex world where multiple crises and conflicts are calling for more urgent and concerted responses from the international community. Through our diplomatic work and assistance, Canada will continue to support the people of Myanmar and advancing our international cooperation with other states to offer the people of Myanmar, including Rohingya, the chance to live in a peaceful and inclusive democratic society. In closing, let me provide my best wishes for a productive seminar today. It has already been incredible. I've been watching along. And for the technical smart settle sessions tomorrow. I look forward to the outcomes of these events. And thank you again to Dr. Ahmed for the opportunity to address this esteemed group assembled today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madison. Any question for Madison? Thank you. Thank you, Madison. We look forward to working with you in this project further as we move to phase 2. Thank you once again.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you have, sorry, Madison, hang on. We have one question. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Camera. Yeah, go ahead. I see, I see. Madison, this question comes from John Junaid. He studies at University of Ottawa, a Rohingya himself. He is wondering what is our upcoming strategy with regards to Rohingyas in general and maybe particularly for Bangladesh. Is that the question, John? So what? Oh, okay, where is it now if we have a strategy? Can you briefly comment on it?
Yes, thank you so much. I can't discuss upcoming developments, but I do know that we are definitely continuing to be engaged on the issue and supporting international assistance and human rights to be upheld in Myanmar and for the Rohingya specifically. Obviously, the new government, we're looking at all of our policies, but I can definitely say that the support for human rights in Rohingya will continue.
Thank you very much. Senator has a question. Very
Thank
important.
you.
Hang on. Once more. Senator, please. Camera.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. And Madison, I want to thank you for your prior affiliation with Minds Action Canada and the important work that Aaron and the team do. I wanted to, in the context, and first of all, let me say, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and I apologize if that's how it feels. But we know that Prime Minister Carney and the Cabinet have embarked on a very ambitious militarization in Canada. And we know they have told us publicly that they're looking for substantial cuts across all programs. I know from the civil society work that I do that there are programs that have contracts ending, that they have no indication that they will be able to continue their work with support from Canada. So my question, I'm trying to stay within your framework. Have you been asked, has your department been asked also to find cuts specific to the programs that you're involved with?
Thank you very much for the question. As you know, the government is undertaking the full comprehensive expenditure review, and all departments have been asked to look at this in line with the government's directives. But I cannot say if my programs have been selected for that or anything that I'm involved in, particularly because I don't know at this point. But I'm sure that news will come out soon with the arrival of the budget, and hopefully partners will be able to get clarity. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madison.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know whether it's a good news or bad news for us, but we'll see. But thank you, Senator, for raising a very critical question, I would say. today. Folks, now we are moving into our keynote speech from Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, who traveled from Bangladesh, but with a little bit of apology because we are running 10 minutes behind. So I would request Dr. Imtiaz to kindly sacrifice his most valuable 5-10 minutes, and then we should be possibly within the hour. Dr. Imtiaz, just read the bio, and then we'll be.
But let me read the bio first. So Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed is the Executive Director of the Center for Alternatives, Dhaka, and former Professor of the International Relations at the University of Dhaka, a Commonwealth Scholar with a PhD from Carleton University and a Ford Foundation Fellow at ANU. He has held fellowship at Oxford and the Rockefeller Foundation and the Japan Foundation, among others. Dr. Ahmed has lectured in over 40 countries and served as an adjunct professor at Taylor University, Malaysia. He has authored or edited 57 books, 21 monographs, and over 125 scholarly articles with recent works on geopolitics, Rohingya issues, and post-COVID education futures. Under his leadership, the Center for Alternative developed Bangladesh's most extensive violence data bank through the Bangladesh Peace Observatory Project in partnership with UNDP and FCDO.
Thank you, Madhara. That was quite an introduction. Senator, dignitaries, friends, colleagues, and I believe 1 or 2 students must be there also. Good morning to all of you, and good earth to those who are listening online, because I have no idea where you are. So good earth to all of you. So what I will do, basically go through some slides to give you a sense of why we are here and what we need to do. So I will be quick on the history and come very quickly, given that time allotment that I have, very quickly on the issue as to why we are here. And we will be discussing there also tomorrow on this issue. And that's mainly whether we can get something out of the box for the lasting peace in Myanmar. Okay, persecution of the Rohingyas are well known. Keep in mind that it did not start in 2017. One can get into a timeline starting way back from 1948. Since we talked about Gaza, there are some, similarities with the Rohingya issues. It's a way back. But by the time it has come to 2017, there's a clear case that it is a genocide, and that's where there is some greater similarity with the situation in the Palestine. And even as of 2024, it has not resolved, and there are still Rohingyas who are driven out from their homeland in the Arakan. 2017 was a big one. There are enough evidence this time that it is a genocide, because way back in the 70s and the 90s also there were a big push when what can be referred to as ethnic cleansing, but 2017 is a clear case that genocidal atrocities took place. If you look at the number of killing and all, keep in mind that the word genocide has nothing to do with the number of killing. It's very important. It's intent to destroy. So people would say, well, in Gaza it's 60,000, and here is 6,700. Why you are making this a big issue? Intent to destroy in 4 categories: in national, ethnic, racial, and religious. That's the 4 categories. And intent to destroy is important. You can have genocide even without killing, if the intent to destroy is there. If you separate the children from the parents, it can be a genocide. Conditions of life, that can be genocide. I'm talking about the legal definition of genocide. So keep in mind, the number of killing is not the critical issue, is the intent to destroy. And this time there's enough evidence, satellite images also, as the intent to destroy was very specific when it comes to the Rohingya. As these are images, as I said, the good number of evidence on that. And a good number of narratives. We collect micro-narratives, we collect life stories, and there are enough life stories, and I have a whole book on that, if you're interested. To go through the narratives, one can see the atrocities that they suffered. These are some of the narratives. Now, when it comes to the number now, legally, officially, it's 994,124. That's almost 1 million. But there are a good number of them outside, those who were not, did not get the registration. So my figure would be around 1.3 million. Which is a big number because it's a bigger population than Bhutan, for example. Bhutan has a population of less than 800,000, and here you have nearly 1 million refugees. Now, don't forget, Bhutan became Bhutan in 60,000 years, but Rohingyas in Bangladesh, with that number, 1 million people, it's only 3 months. And it's not looked after by king, as in the case of Bhutan. It's looked after by a person who is very younger than me, in fact. The triple RC head is much younger than me, and he looks after nearly 1 million people. The spread of diaspora is very important. It's not only Bangladesh which has Rohingyas. According to my research, there are 19 countries where Rohingyas are spread. So one can see the similarity with the Palestinians on this particular issue. So there's a big diaspora, and I understand also in Canada there's a Rohingya diaspora, an emerging one. Now, let's go into the nature of the Myanmar state. We need to understand a little bit of Myanmar state as to why we are here and what has really happened to the Rohingyas. Now, Myanmar has never been a classical Westphalian state. I think that was the misunderstanding that the international community had. We dealt with Myanmar as a Westphalian state. It was never a Westphalian state. It always had fragmented sovereignties. There are 135 communities. Out of 135 recognized communities, out of that, 10 to 11 would have proto-sovereignty with their own flags, with their own army. 1 or 2, they also have their own currency. So it's a fragmented sovereignty. Now, how do we deal with fragmented sovereignty in modern world? That's the problem. We face the same problem with Afghanistan that also had fragmented sovereignty. And you have seen that with $3 trillion spent in 20 years by the United States could not resolve the problems there too. You have to leave them work according to their own way of dealing things. And Myanmar too is an issue of fragmented sovereignty. And we hardly know how to deal with fragmented sovereignties. I think that is an issue. Maybe we'll come back to that later. So you have on a conflict basis, you have on the one hand NUG PDF versus Tatmadaw on the other, the Myanmar military. That's one side of the conflict. And this is an interesting conflict because for the first time you have a conflict within the majority community. The majority community got divided. So NUG PDF and Tatmadaw both are from the majority community. And that fragmentation has led to a different kind of complicity. There was a little bit of that 20 years earlier, but that got resolved, where Aung San Suu Kyi decided to have a non-violent movement, and probably for that reason she also got the Nobel Prize. But this time, the NUG decided to have a militant wing, and we have PDF. Whether Aung San Suu Kyi is directly involved in that or not, but at least it looks like her party thinks that they should not make the same mistake as 20 years back. So that's one phase of the conflict, but there's also a conflict between ethnic armed organizations versus the Myanmar military. And it's quite natural because of the fragmentation of the majority community. The different ethnic armed organizations are taking advantage to increase their strength in different areas. And whether it's Karen, the Wa State Army, the Kachin, and that also includes the Arakan Army. So it's an interesting kind of a multiple layer of conflicts you can see. Now that's not abnormal in the case of Myanmar. Throughout its history that has been the case, and that is how the Myanmar military could actually remain in power. It always played with one community against the other, siding with one or the other, so it's more the conflict, I think the greater the power of the Myanmar military. Some sectors or some institutions, they thrive on insecurity. Rational human beings always talk about security, that you thrive in security, but not necessarily. There are countries, there are states who thrive in insecurity. More insecurity you have, they become more powerful. I guess the Myanmar military would be an important case there. So currently, the Arakan Army almost has a de facto sovereignty in the Arakan. There's a story that 70 to 80% are under their control. Not the strategic locations, the ports and highways are with the Myanmar military, but bulk of the land is with the Arakan Army. Now, also we have to keep in mind that the Arakan Army is not thinking of declaring a new country. They're not into that. They're probably fighting for a greater autonomy. And that's a big difference. So they're not asking for independence. And that makes it much more complex. And how do you deal with an ethnic organization which holds 70-80%, they're not claiming for independence, wants to renegotiate probably with the Myanmar military. And now that's a complex thing which, those who are into IR would know it's not easy to get into negotiation of that kind. Now, given that scenario, given the fragmented state, given the scenario of the persecution of the Rohingyas, what are the pathways to repatriation? How do we resolve? There are several pathways to repatriation. Let's go one by one very quickly, and then I'll come to the topic of as to why we are here. Path one is a bilateral one. Bangladesh and Myanmar had several sittings starting from November 2017 to 2022. There could be one more to which I'm still not. I'm a little bit confused, but these are some of the bilateral sittings, but nothing has come out of it. I'm critical. I've been critical of this particular approach because Bangladesh somehow hurriedly went to Myanmar to negotiate in November 2017, and I was openly critical of that because you don't negotiate with a genocidal regime. That's my question. You should have gone to a third country maybe, but not to Naypyidaw to do the negotiation. And the worst part was negotiating with Aung San Suu Kyi. She hardly had the power. They should have negotiated with the Myanmar military. That was the other problem. But we'll come back to that if there's ever a Q&A on that. Pathway two is a multilateral one. So there's a bilateral, there's a multilateral approach with the UNHCR involvement, but that too has not led to the repatriation. Pathway three is the tripartite one. This is an interesting one where China got engaged way back in 2019, and they thought that a tripartite approach might help because China is has historic relationship with Myanmar and has a very close relationship with Bangladesh as well. They had series of sittings. There were 2 times. They also literally were in the border to start the repatriation, but that has also not really worked. The other country which also thought of a tripartite approach was Japan. The Japanese ambassador, Ambassador Ito, and I believe Dr. Lilly knew him also when she was in Dhaka. Yeah, Ambassador Ito told me that Japan also started to think of a tripartite approach, but it did not work. So it's now only China. And I always say, why not other countries think of a tripartite approach? Because some of the countries, including Japan or even India, they have good relationship with both the countries. Accountability is the fourth pathway, and this is taking the issue to ICJ, where I'm sure some of you know there have been 2 judgments. The good part of the judgment was the Rohingyas were recognized as a legal entity for the first time by a world body. That, I think, is a major, transformation. And myself, I was in that particular room where one can see Aung San Suu Kyi sitting on the left side. And one thing I found during her deliberation and the deliberation of the Myanmar group, that not for once they said that the Rohingyas were illegal immigrants from Bangladesh, or they were Bengalis. They never said, not once. Throughout their deliberation, they said they were Arakanese Muslims. That concept also is problematic because there are Rohingya Hindus. We have in Bangladesh camps dedicated to Rohingya Hindus, but there are also a number of Rohingya Christians. So Arakanese Muslims becomes a little bit problematic, but still, as I said, there has been an interesting development. They are not called Bengalis or illegal migrants from Bangladesh, which is the general narrative in some of the scholarship in Myanmar. You also had United States coming out way back in March 2020 saying that the Myanmar military has committed a genocide. So that was also an interesting development, given a superpower, coming and telling the international community that a genocide took place in Myanmar. We also have, oops, how do you go back? No, nope. How do you go back? Sorry. Oh. I want to go back. More? You're going front.
Okay, which slide, sir?
No, you have to go back. This is better. This is better.
Yeah.
Okay. This is better. Okay. There's also a lawsuit in the Argentine court, and I'm sure some of you are familiar, where there was a verdict on 13 February 2025, and the court ordered arrest warrants against 25 Myanmar government officials. That's also an interesting development. Now, pathway fifth is the sanctions, but that also has not really worked. There has been sanctions on individuals, but not on whole. And then again, United States recently under Donald Trump, he withdrew the sanctions also. So, that has not really worked. So, I come to the one as to why we are here, and this is the pathway 6. Question for lasting peace, and I seek wisdom from Sun Tzu and Albert Einstein. Both of them said, look at the time difference, but both of them said that in the midst of chaos there is also opportunity. So when there's crisis, one should not be scared. One should look into the opportunity, and I believe that's what some of us are trying to look into. Now, this is the economic incentives. I'm not against, or we are not against the other approaches. I think other approaches are fine, but let's add one more. And this approach is the economic incentives, investing in a mini Marshall Plan. Now, somehow people have forgotten Mr. Marshall, but keep in mind, if you are into history and Second World War, look at the kind of a conflict and the hatred that the French and the Germans had against one another. But look at them, France and Germany, have evolved, the work together. In Bangladesh, their embassies under one roof even. If Hitler was there, probably he would have committed suicide in any way, looking into the friendship that the French and the Germans have together. So things can change. And there I think Mr. Marshall really made a difference. Why I'm saying this, that this is for the first time in history, a victorious power decided to help a defeated power. That has never happened in world history. You don't get at least recorded history. And not only Germany, the whole of Europe, the Marshall Plan, and some of the roads and highways and the health sectors and education sector that you see today in Europe was built by the Marshall Plan. And same thing with Japan also. Now, Mr. Marshall started talking about it, 2-3 years before the war ended. And when he gave his first speech at Harvard on this issue on June 5th, 1947, some of them were quite taken aback, could not believe that, the United States is now thinking of helping a defeated power. I think much of it has to do with the experience of World War I, where reparations, as you know, created different kinds of problems, and some critics would say that led to the birth of Hitler and Nazism. So I believe the Marshall Plan is still a fascinating idea. One should look into how you help a group which has gone in a different direction, or help a country which has gone in a different direction. So investment opportunities. When it comes to Myanmar, what we have done is to identify 5 or 6 areas where we think investment opportunities need to be carried out. Now, this has, a kind of the experience that I have with the Rohingyas. I've worked on Rohingyas for many years. I remember last December, UNHCR sent 4 or 5 of us to Cox's Bazar to the camps to look into UNHCR projects. Now, in one of the sessions we were having with the Rohingyas, they were taking a vocational training. And they were in the early 30s, bulk of them. There were 25 to 30 of them, all well versed in English language and knew about what they want to do. They all wanted to go back, 100% of them. And so I raised a very simple social science question, very simple one. What do you want to do in the future? We social scientists, we always look into future. So I said, what do you want to do in the future? One of them got up and said he wants to go for higher studies and come to Canada. And I said, okay, this is fine, but what about your community? The whole community can't go to Canada, 1.1 million, so what would happen to them? So quickly, the other two got up and said, no, we don't want to go anywhere. We want to work for the community. So then I raised the question, okay, do you have a health policy? Do you know how many hospitals you will need? If 1.1 million goes back, where will the doctors come from? Did you work on the pharmaceutical companies? How many, what kind of medicine you will need? Who will produce the medicines? Have you worked on it? And they said, no. So I said, what about the education? Have you worked on the education? Do you have an education policy? How many, educators you will need? Even whiteboard. How many number of whiteboard in the primary school? Have you worked on that? What about the libraries? Who is going to build the library? Have you worked on that? I said, no. Then I went on. What about agriculture? Have you worked on the fertilizer? What crops are you going to make? Who are you going to export to? Have you worked? Do you have an agriculture policy? Do you have a fisheries policy? Do you have an infrastructure policy? No. And then I had to tell them my experience back in 1971. In 1971, I was just a class 9 student. I left my parents. I did not tell them. I went to India. I literally slept on the pavement on the first night. And I told them, look, even as a class 9 student, we used to discuss what would be the education policy when the new Bangladesh will come in. We had just last night. And, but maybe class 9, today's class 9 and in our class 9, we used to think that we know a lot of things, and I used to smoke also, and not like this. I used to smoke like this, like Che Guevara. So I used to think about, radicals. So I said, somebody has to work on this, the health policy, the education policy, others are not going to do that. So they understood the point. So there's a basis to it because this is a win-win situation. No one loses out. And as I said, we are not against other approaches. We are just adding one more approaches because today or tomorrow you will need this in any way, the health policy and agriculture policy, infrastructure policy, somebody. So research has to go through. And here, Kausar, myself, Smart Settle, now Qatar, and it's getting a little bit bigger and bigger, hopefully, because the research is fundamental. And this is what Secretary Marshall also did the same thing. The research was profound, what they should do in post-war Germany or post-war France, the solid research. That part needs to be done, and this is why we are here. So the university is the best part to do research. So research on agriculture, research on health, on manufacturing is needed, on infrastructure, mining, education. These are some of the areas. And this is where the diaspora can come in. The Rohingyas must get into this process. And this is a win-win situation because, as I said, you don't lose out, you don't alienate anyone. That's the interesting part. And so once you start the process, you will interact with a lot of people. And I was telling my Rohingya friend yesterday that I didn't know him, but with this process we know him. So here is a chance of knowing other. I didn't know that Maria from Colombo would be interested, but now I know her. So the process itself is very interesting because you build on it. Now, very quickly, this would require a multi-track diplomacy. Track one, I'll hesitate. Track one should come much later. It can't start with track one. That means government to government, no. That has to come much later. Other tracks must work. Track 2, track 3, track 4. There are the business people, the media people. The other tracks must work, and then bring to a level where track 1 will start. So I'm always against, track 1 summit to resolve issues. No. You bring the summit at the end, not in the beginning. Because if you bring the summit, it doesn't work. The process has to be done, and then at the summit, you just do the signing and take the photographs and all. That's the part. You start with the summit, then the other side really becomes hard. And I understand, there's going to be a discussion on Rohingya this time in the United Nations, but I believe that will harden Myanmar and also harden some of Myanmar's friends. So that becomes another kind of problem. In negotiating with the stakeholders, you must begin somewhere. Last 6 months, I traveled, to all these countries, save United States, but I had members from the United States who works on Rohingya and came to Bangladesh and discussed with them. So I actually started with Japan way back in July last year, and then to Indonesia, to Thailand, to Singapore, to China, and Malaysia, and gave the same kind of presentation. And believe it or not, no one said that this is a bad idea. Everybody said, let's try it. We must try something. So I think there are a good number of people, and this is Kausar's intention is also after we finish this round, we go to some of the countries, to maybe Malaysia, to maybe Indonesia, maybe to Thailand, and we have members from ASEAN to build on it. Finally, you need to negotiate with the Myanmar, so you need to foster civil-military diplomacy. We can come back to that later. You have to be very, what you call diplomatic or tactical as you move forward. You also need to negotiate with the ethnic armed organization, and this must be beyond diplomacy track 1. You need to start with track 2, track 3. I had some contacts with the Arakan Army and with Tatma military also in different parts of Southeast Asia. So this is the track to diplomacy. What we have today is Center for Alternatives, CRIC, Smart Settle Initiative, and the phase 1 is where we are. And after we have the brainstorming and discussion tomorrow also, and then finalizing the concept note, and then we go and one by one to see what are the investment opportunities. We look into work on the research team, mapping, and then finalizing the report, and of course, report presentation in the region, in Southeast Asia, and finally to start negotiating the deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, we just for the sake of time, we have requested Dr. Imtiaz to not have any. I mean, there is no Q&A after his keynote presentation. Thank you, folks. We are running a little behind, and now I think our next speaker is our former High Commissioner Lily Nichols. But in the meantime, please have food because it will be very, very late lunch. So have food, have drinks, and in the meantime, I will invite Lily to kindly come here, and I'll set up her presentation or her speech.
Lily Nichols, former Canadian High Commissioner to Bangladesh, who will share her diplomatic experience with us. She is a retired Canadian diplomat with 30 years of experience, whose work spans across 6 continents and includes leadership roles in government, the UN, civil society, and academia. She has made important contribution to Global Affairs Canada and international development with a special focus on global poverty reduction, social justice, and gender equality initiatives. She served as Canada's High Commissioner to Bangladesh as well as Canadian Ambassador to Panama. She led the Global Affairs Canada research team that amalgamated and analyzed the evidence-based and consultation results for Canada's feminist international assistance policy. She is presently a fellow and professional in residence at the University of Ottawa Schools of International Development and Global Studies, where she advised the Dean of Social Studies on the establishment of an international hub. Dr. Nichols has a PhD in International Development from the London Schools of Economics and Political Science. She has received 5 Government of Canada Awards of Excellence and was named among the 10 most influential Hispanic Canadians in 2022. Let's welcome her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation to this very, very important event about charting lasting peace in Myanmar. Thank you, Dr. Kausar Ahmed, Dr. Imtiaz, who's a dear friend from Bangladesh, for this initiative, and to Dr. Imdad, of course, for hosting us here at the University of Manitoba. I have a bit of a tough job because everybody's very hungry, and I have to compete with your stomachs. But what I wanted to do is to talk a little bit more in depth than what we've heard so far about what have been the elements of the Canadian response to the Rohingya and the Myanmar crisis. I want to talk about what I think have been major Canadian contributions and innovations. I want to talk very openly about the challenges we're facing, and I want to end by tying it to the very interesting project, to the Marshall Plan that Dr. Imtiaz talked about, and to the effort of the Conflict Resilience and Research Institute. I want to maybe caveat things by saying that I am not giving an official global affairs line. In fact, I'm a retired diplomat, so for the first time in 30 years, I can actually express my own views. So this is not an official presentation. I also should caveat that, as you've heard, I very much come at this. Of course, I was High Commissioner in Bangladesh, and as part of High Commissioner, a big part of my responsibility was overseeing the implementation of the Canadian Rohingya response. But my background is very much in development, economics, and my work has been very much on women's rights. And so I was so thrilled to see and hear Senator McFedrin's views about the importance of those issues. And I should say also that I have not been in the refugee camps for over a year because it was very dangerous to do so. At my last few days in Bangladesh were during the student revolution. And we tried to get into the camps, but we couldn't at that time. So my information is really based on my time working on these issues from 2022 to 2024. But why don't I start by saying that Canada can be very proud of the tremendous leadership role it has played in the crisis from 2017 moving forward. And I can also say that Canada has adopted a multi-pronged, a multi-track approach almost from the beginning, and that we have been it's an area where we've really taken risks, and we've really gone out on a limb to lead a number of initiatives and innovations. I want to name some of these specifically so that you get a feeling for the extent to which we've been involved. So one of the major areas that Canada was very much involved, of course, was in contributing $588 million worth of international assistance, both humanitarian and development assistance, over 2 different strategies in support of the Rohingya. Within this strategy, Canada played a fairly pivotal role in developing the skills framework, basically pushing for education within the camps. This is something that has been extremely difficult, an uphill battle. During COVID, many of the learning centers in the camps closed, but even afterwards, Canada was a key leader in arguing that you needed some form of education. We were not allowed to educate based on Bangladeshi curricula, but we did fight along with others for the right to use the Myanmar curriculum and to pay volunteers, teachers, to provide that education and to keep some form of education going in the camps. If you're going to have a Marshall Plan, you're going to need an educated population. It's going to be a huge challenge because no secondary education is allowed in the camps. But Canada has been a big advocate on explaining the critical importance of education. We've also played a leadership role in bringing in the use of LNG gas into the camps. And if you've ever seen photographs, you will see that in the first few years, the whole area where the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar was completely deforested as the refugee population was using and needed to use the forest to cook and to survive. So through the use of LNG, we were able to reforest the area. If you go today, yes, it's a refugee camp. It's very crowded. It's quite an overwhelming environment, but the area has been reforested. In parallel, we also lobbied the government of Bangladesh for the creation of more robust infrastructure. There was a feeling that if you created more stable homes, that it would have a pull effect in the camps. But of course, what has been happening is that every year when there's floods or fires, which are frequent, the Rohingya lose their homes. So it's a very precarious way of living. So again, Canada has been a central player in advocating for the importance of having more robust infrastructure in the camps. We played a leadership role also in using World Bank and IDA money, what is called the IDA refugee sub-window, to support education in the camps. Canada actually provided what is called a buy down, so it allows you to access that window, and Canada was able to access and to generate $500 million worth of funding for education. That sounds simple, but it took tremendous advocacy. And in fact, we tried it in 2022 successfully. We tried again in 2023. And despite advocating with the PMO, with the Foreign Ministry, it was Canada and the Japanese doing this together. We were not able to do that, mostly because the government has been reluctant, the Bangladeshi government has been reluctant to basically use that window, because today it requires you to do part loan and part grant. Canada also has been a leader in terms of what is called the localization agenda. As many of you know, the camps are run by the United Nations jointly by the UNHCR and the International Organization of Migration. It's an effective method, it works, but it's also extremely costly method and sometimes a duplicative method. So Canada played a role in bringing in Bangladeshi NGOs like BRAC and other local organizations to do some of the service provision in the camps. And I think even more importantly, Canada has played a critical role in promoting livelihoods. The Bangladeshi government has been reluctant to allow the refugees to engage in their own economic livelihood activities. We've always argued, I think as an international community, that by allowing them some economic livelihood activities, it doesn't just build skills, but it reduces their dependence. And of course, this is also built a lot of self-confidence and a dignified way to live. But again, this took and continues to take tremendous advocacy on our part as, to allow these activities to take place, but also to begin experimenting as to what works in the camps. It's extremely difficult, both in Cox's Bazar and Basan Char. You're talking about a terrain that is hilly, you're talking about saline water, and you're talking about restricted trade access. So it has not been easy, but it's been extremely important. So we continue to advocate for a localization, a livelihoods agenda. Canada was also, by the way, the first country to resettle Rohingya refugees, especially those most in danger. In 2022, it was a tremendous effort, but we were able to resettle the family of Muhib Hula, the assassinated Rohingya leader. And since then, we have been able to resettle over 1,000 refugees. The idea is to scale that up. And it was actually the Canadian who was at the vanguard, and it was that model that was used for the United States and for Australia and other countries to also resettle. But the numbers resettled, of course, are very, very minimal. Less than 20,000 Rohingya have actually been resettled in third locations. And then as both Bob Rae and Senator McFedrin have noted, Canada has also been a leader internationally and regionally. So regionally, we've advocated, countries in ASEAN. For example, when Rohingya have found themselves on boats languishing at sea, which happens every year in larger and larger numbers, we've been very active in trying to call and encourage ASEAN colleagues to at least take them in from the boats, at least to save their lives and stop them from languishing at sea. We have, as we've heard, been involved in promoting women's rights as well, regionally, through women's peace networks in Bangladesh, but also regional networks. We've supported the Asian University for Women, and their efforts to do research and educate Rohingya women. The IDRC, the Canadian International Development Research Center, has been supportive of those efforts as well. And culturally, it's so important for the Rohingya to be able to retain their culture. So Canada was one of the key countries that played a role in the establishment of our Rohingya Cultural Center, and working with groups in Canada, such as the Rohingya Center of Canada, so that they can also engage in cultural activities that help youth protect their culture. We've supported, for example, the Canadian Rohingya Center in an effort where both Rohingya and Bangladeshi youth recited poetry and shared their poetry. These things seem minor, but they're extremely important, not just for the morale, but for the maintenance and protection of Rohingya culture. And very, very importantly, of course, I think Ambassador Ray, as Canada's envoy, we've mentioned his report, Please Tell Them We're Human, had a huge impact and worked tirelessly in the early days of the conflict to generate awareness about the plight and the need of the Rohingya. So all this to say that we have been leaders in many of these spheres. We have also recognized that this has become a protracted crisis. It's not just humanitarian assistance, but a development approach that you need, or as the senator called it, you need a nexus approach really to be able to address the issue. Now, what are some of the main challenges? I want to just mention 3 challenges because I think it's critical as you think of the way forward. The first challenge, of course, is that the world has forgotten about the Rohingya. I mean, there's so many crises in the world, and as we've heard, overseas development assistance, the post-World War rules-based system, and human rights, and even universal commitments to refugees, all these things are being questioned today. And in the process, the Rohingya have been forgotten. That's why it's so important that we're here today talking about these issues. The UN Joint Response Plan for the Rohingya has always been underfunded. It's never quite had the funding it needed, but today it's worse than ever. It's usually about half funded. At this moment, it's no more than 25% funded. So there's serious funding gap. The rations in the camps, which are only $12 per person per month, it's nothing. They've been cut in the past to $8. The international community has slowly tried to keep it at $12, but it's a possibility that it might have to be cut as much as in half. So it is a serious situation. Whether you're looking at tracks outside, you cannot forget that 1 million of the refugees are still in the camps. And even if you were to repatriate them successfully, I mean, it's 1 million people, so say you were able to repatriate ambitiously 10,000 a year, or let's make that 10 times more. Say you're going to repatriate 100,000 a year. Okay, although to date, there's very little evidence that anybody has been repatriated because, of course, you have to repatriate under safe conditions and offer them those returning citizenship and livelihoods and education and legal status. But even if you were to repatriate 100,000 a year, which is extremely ambitious and hard to imagine even logistically, you would still need 10 years to repatriate the Rohingya population, which means that no matter what your future plans are, it needs to include continuing to support them in the camps over that 10-year period. So the challenge is the forgotten and the underfunding of this crisis. The second challenge that we have not talked about much, but it should really be concerning us, is the mounting violence inside the camps. We've spoken, I think Professor Imtiaz Ahmed spoke about how the Rohingya have become almost caught in proxy wars, in regional and geopolitical dynamics. But There is an excellent report by Fortify Rights that shows that the number of killings inside the camps have doubled, that the number of abductions have quadrupled, and that the insecurity is such that women are experiencing violence, being raped, and young boys are being forcibly recruited, and that the perpetrators of that violence is all parties. If you read the report that is very carefully investigated by Fortify Rights, it includes violence from ARSA, from RSO, and from the Bangladeshi army and police as well. So there is a serious, serious issue in terms of these populations that fled trauma are being re-traumatized. And you cannot repatriate a re-traumatized population. So this is something that is a serious, serious concern. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is the number of constant natural and human-made disasters that the refugees are facing. The fires, the flooding, of course, and the violence. So these are serious, serious concerns. By way of closing, maybe I can leave you with 3 messages, things to think about as we move forward, as we think about a future Marshall Plan. The first one is that you need a multi-track approach, right? So the approach is not just humanitarian and development work, but resettlement is also part of the solution, and it's inside the camps as well as in Myanmar. You need an approach that is sensitive to youth and to women. And lastly, but certainly not least, you need an approach that brings in the whole international community, not just countries like Canada, but also, of course, the ASEAN countries, India, China. It has to be an Indo-Pacific solution. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the ambassador? Senator has a question.
Former ambassador.
Always an ambassador. Thank you very much. We communicated briefly on a particular file, and I want to thank you for your responsiveness, and thank you very much for your service. My question is just to hone a little bit more on the points you were making at the very end, and that is the extent to which you know of the active trafficking of Rohingya girls, boys, and women out of the camps.
Yes, so this is a serious issue. I do recommend that everyone really look at the Fortify Rights report that has come out. The report is actually entitled, "I Could Be Killed at Any Moment." And that tells you the severity of the issue. Yeah. Professor Imtiaz.
Thank you.
No, just I can answer. Okay,
He
no.
can answer his own question.
No, just a quick question. I was just thinking whether the Canadian government, because you are part of it even earlier, whether they're also looking into the narco side of it, the narco-terrorism, because the drug is a big issue, and I'm being very frank on this, because none of the ethnic armed organizations can survive without the narco trade, opium. There's a very good book that has come out by Amitav Ghosh on Smoke and Ashes. This is a non-fiction book. Amitav, as you know, has worked on the trilogy of Poppies, and this is where he gets into the opium trade, and he highlights even Myanmar. So I was just thinking whether the Canadian government and yourself, whether you looked into the narco trade, because there is now a link between that narco trade and the money, getting money, the money laundering of that to developed countries. So it's no longer an issue limited to Myanmar and Arakan, because of the drug trade, it is becoming a global one. So I was thinking whether you have any thoughts on that.
So, Imtiaz, thank you for asking that. While we were in Bangladesh, we were very concerned about the drug trade and the trafficking of people, of young women in the camps, and the crime. And the fact that even then there was evidence that everybody was complicit, including the police and the army that were supposed to be protecting these populations. So we were very much trying to get the UN Office of Drugs and Crimes to come in and UNDP to come in and help. I have to be honest here that there was a bit of denial about this happening, which is incredible. Now there is, of course, organizations like Fortify Rights that have done the research, but there is a tendency, I think, during my experience with the government of Bangladesh, to make fallacious assumptions about what I call the pull factor. So there was a feeling that if you gave the refugees more food, there would be a pull factor. We can't give them more food because like everybody will come. Or if you give them education, it's a pull factor. If you resettle them, it's a pull factor. So, you know, I was very concerned about how vulnerable that makes the population in the end. So you end up in a camp with limited food, limited education, especially for young people. More than a quarter of the population in the camp is extremely young, below 25, and no livelihood opportunities either. So it's a recipe for a quagmire, it's a disastrous situation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lily. I think she deserves another award. I don't know what to name it, but from our heart, Dr. Lily Nichols, thank you very much. So we are moving into the next part, but I'd request to kind of curtail it a little bit. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Dr. Ernest Thiessen and Maria Cristina, who will present innovative methods for conflict resolution and negotiation facilitation. Dr. Ernest Thiessen is president of Smart Settle Resolution and ICANN Systems Incorporated, and a pioneer in online dispute resolution and decision science. Holding a PhD in water science system planning from Cornell University, he developed the maximize the minimum gain approach endorsed by Howard Rifer as a superior to Nash solution. Over 3 decades, he transformed this concept into Smart Settle, the world's most advanced multi-party negotiation platform featuring Smart Settle 1 for simple cases and Smart Settle Infinity for complex disputes. His innovations, proven in thousands of cases, are shaping collaborative decision-making in peace building and sustainable development. Dr. Thiessen also directs the International E-Negotiation Exhibition and serves on the editorial board of the International Journal of Online Dispute Resolution. And Maria Cristina C. Quintas is a peace builder and global ambassador of climate justice. She pursued masters in international relations and security studies as a Rotary Peace Fellow at the University of Bradford, UK, based in Colombia. She is now affiliated with the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development and the World Institute for Nuclear Security, reflecting her commitment to global security and sustainable development. She is a member of Rotary Action Group for Peace and Global Climate Justice Ambassador, leads a pioneering project to integrate a peace-building approach to Colombia's nationally determined contributions. The NDC is a climate action plan submitted to the United Nations. This marks the first time Colombia's NDC has incorporated peace as a critical element for sustainability and resilience against climate change. The project establishes 5 pillars for Colombia's NDC. She was one of the Rotary International 6 People of Action Champions of the Peace in 2025. Let's welcome them.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. And thank you also just before me, Lily, for your support. You know, you said it was personal, but I assume you still have a lot of influence, so that's terrific. And you know, I count it as a privilege to be a part of this very qualified team. And my position is a little bit unique. I'm an engineer on this project, and you know, you might be asking me to build like a physical bridge over a river, you know, and I could tell you how much that exactly is going to cost and how long it would take, but you know, now I've been being asked to help build a bridge to peace. Like what's that? And how much is that going to cost? And how long is that going to take? Well, that's not very easy, but you know, together with the team, we actually put some thought into this, and Imtiaz gave you some insight into that. He said there's a number of paths, and you know, we're looking at this mini Marshall Plan for Myanmar, and we've actually simulated that. We have a video that's keyed up here to look at, and I'm just going to say, when you look at that video, your takeaway should not be the outcome of the simulation, but the process. And it shows, you know, there's tremendous benefits for peace, but why can't we achieve it? And you'll see that we've attempted to quantify that in the video, and our quantification of that is actually conservative. We had the Institute for Economics and Peace do an analysis of our analysis, and they have endorsed what we have done. In fact, our estimate of the magnitude of peace is actually conservative compared to what they estimate. And so, but just to come back to saying, you know, this won't be easy, but it would be unconscionable not to try. And so we're going to see the video next, and following me, Maria Cristina is going to make some comments. She's our transformation consultant on this project, and transformation is a very important part. Just watch out for that too in the video. You want to speak first? Okay.
Okay, so do you have time? I'm going to try to be very brief. Tomorrow we are going to analyze in detail the way we are conducting the transformation approach for each one of the packages analysis that we are going to see in the video, in the following video. But basically, the main message for the transformation approach is that if we consider including a positive peace approach, human security and peace building into the negotiation process, we could have a better and broader impact. And that is what we have done. So we incorporated an analytical framework to promote progress towards more peaceful societies in highly contested contexts, as this case of Myanmar. And for doing so, we considered some global index. So then we have the Global Positive Peace Index by the Institute for Economics and Peace, the Human Security Index of the UN, and some indicators of peace building. And with those components of the international metrics, it was developed the analytical framework that is being used and incorporated officially in this process. So basically, we are developing 5 lines of action, strategic lines of peace, mainly focused on transparency, governance, human rights, social empowerment, resilience, human security, the positive peace approach with the pillars, sustainable development, and finally, innovation and cohesion for capacity building. So what we are going to see is how we conducted the analysis of the packages of negotiations with this transformation approach for not only reducing the conflict or reducing the crime and direct violence, but also for promoting development in order to face the root causes or the structural causes of the conflict during the negotiation.
co-create a Myanmar Marshall Plan. The simulation includes these 6 stakeholder groups: the Arakan Army, one of the most prominent among the dozens of ethnic armed organizations, the Tatmadaw, the current military regime, and the National Unity Government, a democratic resistance coalition. Many Rohingya remain displaced in Bangladesh. ASEAN actors, most notably China, have a stake in the region's stability, and civil society organizations are critical for long-term transformation. Myanmar's conflict, among the world's most protracted and complex, is rooted in a deep political divide. The Tatmadaw has ruled for decades, resisting reforms toward inclusive representative governance. Ethnic armed organizations continue to demand autonomy, cultural recognition, and political rights, often excluded from peace talks. The 2021 coup reignited violence and eroded trust, drawing international condemnation. Millions have been displaced internally and across borders, many lacking access to basic needs. The outcome in Myanmar will have ripple effects across South and Southeast Asia, shaping regional security, migration, and economic development. This makes Myanmar one of the most urgent challenges for peacebuilders today. In the refugee camps of Bangladesh, nearly 1 million Rohingya survivors live in precarious conditions. Makeshift shelters stretch across hillsides, packed tightly in sprawling settlements. Despite international support, these camps offer little hope for the future. Stateless and marginalized, the Rohingya face extreme barriers to return, integration, or resettlement. Any peace-building plan for Myanmar must address these realities, not only as a matter of justice, but as a foundation for stability across the entire region. Across Myanmar, armed conflict has driven over 2 million people from their homes. In Rakhine State and beyond, military operations, ethnic persecution, and systemic violence have triggered waves of displacement. Entire communities have been uprooted, many living for years in overcrowded camps with limited access to healthcare, education, or opportunity. This humanitarian crisis is not a byproduct of war, it is central to it. Without addressing these conditions, there can be no sustainable peace. Seen from a distance, the conflict resembles many others, a power struggle tug of war. When imagined between just 2 parties, say Tatmadaw and the pro-democracy coalition, it seems like a zero-sum contest. Either Tatmadaw wins or pro-democracy wins. But really, both sides lose. Worse still, all parties might get stuck in a one-dimensional distributive stalemate, where all sides losing is even more obvious. This is the current status quo. In game theory, it's called a Nash equilibrium, where each actor does what seems best for themselves, but the collective result is suboptimal. In Myanmar, this is not just inefficient, it's dangerous. John Nash, who earned a Nobel Prize for defining this, also proposed a way out: maximize the utility product. It reframes the problem from one-dimensional win-lose to a 2-dimensional integrative space where both parties can gain. Now Tatmadaw seeks the right, pro-democracy seeks the top, and mutual gain becomes possible. This concept, integrative negotiation, applies to any number of parties. When we analyze the preferences of these parties, another boundary appears: the efficiency frontier, representing the best possible outcomes given everyone's interests. When we also plot the status quo positions of the parties, the bounded area defines the zone of possible agreement. It might be small at first, especially after decades of entrenched hostility. But the good news is that transformation is possible. As trust builds and new possibilities are explored, the zone of possible agreement can grow. And this shift is possible for all 6 stakeholder groups. So, how big is the ZOPA now? The economic case for peace in Myanmar is compelling. Our simulation groups benefits into 3 categories: recovery of lost GDP, around $12 billion a year once normal economic activity resumes. Reduced military expenditures, $3 to $5 billion a year in savings. Avoided destruction costs, infrastructure displacement productivity, $5 to $7 billion a year. Combined, these yield about $22 billion a year in gains. Using a conservative 20% discount rate, reflecting Myanmar's risk environment, this translates to a present value of $110 billion, a transformative incentive for peace investment. Financing peace is a shared responsibility. In this simulation, we propose that international donors contribute half of the funding, with the remainder shared among Myanmar's stakeholders. The Tatmadaws' share reflects its control over national resources, while the NUG draws from public crowdfunding. Civil society, ethnic groups, and Rohingya communities make smaller, symbolic contributions. In a real negotiation, this funding responsibility would be part of the overall agreement, negotiated alongside all other terms. So, now that we've got that sorted out, how do we make it happen? Transformation that motivates collaboration is the key. The Smart Settle process is powered by 9 intelligent algorithms, what we call predictive AI. These algorithms generate packages likely to be accepted by all sides. We'll show them in action shortly, but first we must introduce the early part of the process where most transformation occurs: co-creating the single negotiating framework. The single negotiating framework is a shared draft agreement that outlines all the issues. This phase focuses on identifying common ground. Disagreements are noted and set aside for structured resolution later. Facilitated by skilled mediators and guided by AI, the framework evolves through iterative collaboration. In this simulation, the Myanmar Mini Marshall Plan includes 11 issue categories, from a ceasefire agreement to economic development and environmental reform. Each category contains multiple possible outcomes, representing the interests of all 6 stakeholder groups. This approach contrasts sharply with traditional issue-by-issue negotiation. Here, everything is on the table, documented and well-structured. And as Charles Kettering once said, this well-defined problem could already be half solved. Once the framework is mature and transformation has prepared the parties for the bargaining stage, each of these parties moves to their own private location. We will be viewing the simulation strictly from the point of view of the Tatmadaw. This is the private point of view of the Tatmadaw military, where they model their own preferences and prepare for bargaining. Private preferences are kept confidential by the system. The negotiating range on each issue here is oriented so that the options most preferred by the Tatmadaw are on the right-hand side. For example, on the cost issue, the Tatmadaw prefers the lower end of the range. On their share of the costs, the Tatmadaw have assigned 20 importance points to the negotiating range from 0 to 2 billion, so that 1 point is worth approximately $100 million. This establishes the importance scale for all the other issues. Behind each issue is a satisfaction function, showing how that party becomes satisfied on that issue. The non-linear shape of the curve here indicates that it becomes more difficult for the Tatmadaw to pay as the amount increases. The most important issue, worth 43 points, is ceasefire agreement and security guarantees. The ceasefire satisfaction graph shows 6 alternative outcomes, ranked by the Tatmadaw. Included among the options is the status quo, which has been set to 0. Their least preferred option, scoring -10, is disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. Several other options are much better, with the most preferred option being inclusive national ceasefire at 33 points. Power sharing and governance, and inclusive legal status and return of displaced persons are also among the most important issues. On the right side is where the Tatmadaw keep track of alternative outcomes. There is nothing yet on the table for all parties to see. The Tatmadaw have created 5 private reference packages to help them understand their own preferences, and also for use in the bargaining phase about to begin. The ratings of these packages are determined by the individual ratings assigned to the options that make up the package. Among these reference packages, the one least preferred to the Tatmadaw, worth 0 points, is named status quo. Any outcome worth 0 or less would be totally unacceptable. However, the Tatmadaw actually walk away from the table before accepting anything worse than their walkaway package worth 29 points. Their goal is a solution worth at least 65 points. While the package named Target would be quite acceptable to the Tatmadaw, they decide to start by proposing an optimistic package. Since the initial proposals of the other parties are all waiting at the neutral site to be revealed simultaneously, we see them all at once. Among those proposals, the one submitted by the National Unity Government, worth 73 points, looks quite good, but the Tatmadaw are not yet ready to accept this package. Instead, they request Infinity to generate a suggestion. Several suggestions appear, and the Tatmadaw accept all those worth more than their planned concession. Each time they accept a package, a yellow dot appears, but only to the Tatmadaw. Other parties remain unaware of which packages the Tatmadaw has endorsed. At this point, the Tatmadaw decide to end Session 1. Smart Settle will declare an agreement if, at the end of a session, all parties have accepted the same package. Unfortunately, no agreement is reached in Session 1. In Session 2, the Tatmadaw propose their concession package. The other parties, seeing this signal, choose to submit theirs as well. This unfolds rapidly in this simulation, but would take more time in a real-world negotiation. The Tatmadaw inspect each of these and accept all packages worth more than their own concession. The Tatmadaw now decide to also propose their target package, but they do so in secret. This is done by publishing the package anonymously. In this way, the target package is disguised as a typical suggestion. This strategic move is known as a masquerade. This technique helps bypass bias that might otherwise block agreement. The Tatmadaw are thrilled when they see the yellow dot on package 2 turn green. This means that all parties had accepted at least one common package. Smart Settle recognizes this overlap and declares a baseline agreement. The excitement is palpable when the Tatmadaw realize that their target expectations have been surpassed. However, with their training on Infinity's ability to uncover hidden value, an improvement is requested. Smart Settle generates Package 23, which becomes the final agreement after all parties confirm that it is even better than the baseline. This moment highlights the transformative power of the Smart Settle Infinity process, uniting parties and achieving surprising outcomes beyond their expectations. The improvement is worth 20 points more to the Tatmadaw than the baseline agreement. And in fact, if we were to also view this negotiation from each other party's perspective, we would see that the improvement was worth a grand sum of $18 billion over the baseline. When Tatmadaw's overall benefit of $9.3 billion is combined with the benefits of all stakeholders, the sum comes to $111 billion. This final optimized consensus, the result of transformative dialogue, represents a comprehensive Marshall Plan that the parties wish to implement, formalized by fully resolving the single negotiating framework. The key lesson at this stage is not the specific outcome we've shown you, but rather the consensus-building process that can be applied not only in Myanmar, but in many other places. To emphasize that point, let's review that process. This animation illustrates the Smart Settle process in satisfaction space for two parties, the Tatmadaw, which aims to maximize gains to the right, and the pro-democracy coalition, which prefers the top. No party will accept something worse than the status quo. That point is labeled 0, 0. That's the Nash equilibrium. After transformation, the extended zone of possible agreement is revealed to SmartSettle's neutral site. Each party also has a minimum threshold. These levels define the zone of likely agreement. SmartSettle encourages parties to start with optimistic proposals. These are somewhat ambitious, but still help to narrow the bargaining ranges. SmartSettle then generates suggestions between these proposals. Packages that exceed target levels become candidates for a baseline agreement. The final step is an optimized fair solution using our signature algorithm. Maximize the minimum gain. This is how we escape the dangerous equilibrium and reach a just, efficient, and fair resolution. This process applies to nearly any formal negotiation, with any number of parties. In a negotiation with more parties, the frontier becomes a surface, then a volume, then a hypervolume. Incredibly complex to negotiate, but with SmartSettle, that complexity remains hidden, managed entirely by the system. Each participant focuses only on their own goals and preferences. But what we're most interested in is the volume under the efficiency frontier. Our simulation confirmed the potential benefits of peace very close to our earlier estimate of $110 billion. With an estimated cost of $6.7 billion, the benefit-cost ratio is 17. There should be no hesitation to move forward with this plan, here and everywhere. Consider this. The amount of money the world spends on peacemaking is minuscule compared to the costs of war. Redirect just 1/4 of that, and we could fully fund all of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, with trillions to spare. Imagine what more we could accomplish. This is more than just technology. It's about cultivating the will to collaborate and transform conflict into consensus. Our Track 2 simulations are designed to inform and accelerate Track 1 peace processes, offering decision-makers a clear, data-driven path forward. We invite stakeholders, funders, and policy leaders to partner with us in bringing this proven approach to scale. Peace in Myanmar could become a global template, replicable in other conflict zones. Thanks for watching.
This is the concept that developed by SmartSettle, and tomorrow actually we are going to test it. And I'm very happy to note that we have enlisted 14 volunteers from outside, those who all will participate and get trained tomorrow as facilitators. And we have welcomed others to come in person, those who are interested. So approximately our target is to train 20 by tomorrow, those who can handle such negotiations in the future. So we'll be live streaming as well tomorrow, so please tune in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ernest and Maria. We are now joined by Joel, Dr. Hadi, and Dr. Ekpan from Xi'an, who will share perspective on regional civil society initiatives in Southeast Asia. Dr. Ekpan was a lecturer at the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies in Mahidol University from 2006 to 2020, and served as the director of this institute from 2014 to 2020. He is currently the head of Peace and Conflict Research Unit at Social Research Institute in Chulalongkorn University. He has an expertise on peace research, conflict transformation, as well as peace and conflict theories. He graduated Inter-European Doctorate in Peace, Conflict and Development for Universitat Joan I Castellón, Spain. He has been involved with academic teaching and research on peace and conflict issues in Thailand and the southernmost provinces of Thailand. He has been a lecturer for both bachelor and graduate programs almost for 2 decades. His research projects also include community-based development during the time of conflict, communication mechanism in local community to reduce factors to conflict, protracted social conflicts in the southernmost provinces of Thailand, cognitive process of the youth in the 3 southernmost provinces leading to culture violence, and study of social healing factors and process that lead to reconciliation and forgiveness. Joel is an Obama Foundation leader for Asia Pacific 2022. Joel pursued an international master degree in human rights at the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies in Mahidol University in Thailand, and is currently program advisor for the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network. Joel currently teaches with the Department of International Studies in Miriam College in Philippines. They served as executive director of ShapeC and co-founded the Asian Youth Forum, a regional movement focusing on the promotion and protection of youth rights and fundamental freedoms in Southeast Asia. Let's welcome them.
Dr. Ikpand and Joel have traveled all the way, and they're our best partner, and we are really gearing up our collaboration in moving forward. Stage is yours, sir, but I would request to kindly, thank you.
We have a speech from Dr. Hadi.
Okay, where is it?
We sent it to your email.
Email, okay. From your email or?
Yes, from my
Joel,
email.
okay.
I think I sent it.
Perfect. Just 1 second here. This one? Hmm? This one possible, right? Oh,
Not the other one.
hmm?
The next one.
Next one? Oh, okay. This one? No.
The presentation, yes.
Hmm? This one? No, that is right. 8.1. Before yours? This one? But there is one PowerPoint and one PDF. That is.
Yes, maybe I can check if you don't mind.
No, absolutely.
Good morning, everyone. This is why we need Smart Settle, no? So that we can,
This one.
so that the technology could work for us.
Yeah, this one.
Yes,
Just, yeah, let me.
thank you.
And
of the partnership. Selamat siang.
No, thank you very much for inviting us to Winnipeg, all the way from Southeast Asia, and it's a pleasure to be sharing this space with you. Our convener for the Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Studies Network would like to give a few words of gratitude and solidarity with everyone.
Selamat siang from Depok, West Java, Indonesia, to our partners and colleagues in Winnipeg. First and foremost, I'm most proud of the partnership forged between the Conflict Research and Resilience Institute Canada and Southeast Asian Human Rights and Peace Study Network. I'm happy to be sharing this space with you all, particularly my colleagues, Dr. Ekapan of Chulalongkorn University and Joel Baredo from Miriam College. Colleagues, I'm excited to share a significant update of we move forward together in reviving democratic value and institutions in Southeast Asia, most particularly in Myanmar. On 20 September last week, SIHUN successfully launched its 5-year strategic roadmap for 2026 and 2030, a homegrown document that reflects the collective commitment of SIHUN members to strengthening research, publications, capacity building, and cross-sectoral cooperations throughout Southeast Asia and beyond. SIHRN priorities are clear, focused, and most importantly, responsive to the needs and aspirations of the regions. Conducting homegrown multi-country research on urgent issues, driving advocacy and policy influence to targeted campaigns and nationals to regional levels, dialogues. Expanding our network by welcoming new members and forging cross-sector partnerships, deepening our commitment to scholar activisms, to fellowships and mentorships programs, and strengthening institutional governance to ensure accountability and sustainability. CRIC's role towards the infiltrations of our strategic roadmap is absolutely crucial, with its missions to develop knowledge for conflict transformations and support peace-building resilience. CRIC's complement SIHRN's broader goals of cultivating a cultural human rights and peace in Southeast Asia. Together, we engage in scholar activisms, research, teaching, capacity building, mentorships, and policy advocacy, working hand in hand on initiatives such as ongoing Peace in Myanmar project and CRIC flagship initiative, Charting a Lasting Peace in Myanmar. This effort aimed to foster sustainable peace through evidence-based research, inclusive dialogue, and regional cooperations. Related to SIHRN ambitions to move forward, I'm proud to invite all of you to join us in Vientiane, Laos, for exciting milestone event in collaborations with the National University of Laos and Luxembourg Development. We will host its flagship, the 7th International Conference on Human Rights and Peace and Conflict in Southeast Asia in October 2026. This prestigious gathering will be a platform to bring together researchers, practitioners, activists, and policymakers, providing an invaluable opportunity to exchange ideas, deepening dialogue, and strengthening collaborations that drive peace building and human rights advancements in our vibrant regions. I personally invite you all to be part of these milestones, even in Lao capital. My colleague, Dr. Ekapan and Joel Barredo are present there in Winnipeg to discuss with each one of you SIHRN dream to expand its community based on human rights, peace, justice, and aspirations of every person who considers Southeast Asia as a home. As we look ahead, let us continue to forge strong partnerships, share knowledge, and advocate tirelessly for justice, peace, and sustainability. Together, through the spirit of scholar activism and solidarity, we can make a lasting impact on people and futures of Southeast Asia. I would like to thank, terima kasih, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you very much, Hadi. Terima kasih. Unfortunately, Hadi cannot join us. It's midnight in Indonesia, but everyone is here in solidarity with everyone. I wish to share an abridged version of my presentation. I will leave it to lunch and perhaps our gathering. We've met a few smokers here to discuss further regarding our 5-year strategic plan, and we're here for the next 3 to 4 days to have this collaboration with all of you. I just want to highlight really the reason why we forged this partnership. We were introduced by Dr. Ekapan barely 2 months ago with Dr. Kauser and regarding this potential collaboration, and there was an immediate meeting of minds, not because we are to travel to Manitoba, but because there is that common vision, that there's that common aspiration to amplify the voices of people who cannot be in this space. And that's always been at the very core of scholar activism, to not just talk about what is safe, what is secure, what is amenable to the people in power, but to really discuss on what is very critical and quite uncomfortable, particularly in the academic spaces. And we believe that our mission and vision are deeply aligned, and I believe are siblings in that manner. And we believe that through scholar activism, research, through technology, through Smart Settle, and through peer mentorship, that we get to achieve our common goals. This 4-year partnership, as Hadi had mentioned, is a framework for us to really expand the work of both our organizations. And in the coming 4 years, we will be collaborating on joint research. We have been working and we have connected with young emerging scholars in Southeast Asia. And we look at also involving policy champions. We have forged connections with the ASEAN, with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, particularly those who are part of the human rights and peace bodies. And we hope that we could have that dialogue in Jakarta or in other parts of the region. And I just want to really stress on mentorship as a way forward. We all understand, and we have been experiencing shrinking spaces and also limited resources. And we believe that if we pass on the baton, if we pass on the mic, particularly to young and emerging scholars and activists, that we are able to expand this community of human rights, democracy, and peace champions in Southeast Asia, particularly in Myanmar. I just want to focus really on what scholar activism really means. I've done a bit of study on this issue, and most of us have been within the academe have been sort of comfortable on our ivory towers, and that also holds weight in Southeast Asia. But academics are still looked upon as public intellectuals. But many have also have seen themselves as socio-political auditors through their research, through their presentations and conferences. And these auditors have exposed really the gaps and the lies that the governments, particularly authoritarian governments, have imposed upon particularly those living in the margins. And what we have insisted here is really academics becoming human rights defenders themselves that have participated in social movements. I have here with me also a human rights defender himself, a peace builder, Dr. Eka Pandu, has been part in rebuilding, revitalizing democratic institutions and values in Thailand. And of course, engaging with policymakers to advocate for meaningful changes. Now, the scholar as an activist do not just end with the production of knowledge and teaching in classrooms, that there is also that need and that focus on the application of knowledge and also problematization of knowledge. Many of our concepts, many of our literature are still produced by our colleagues from the global north. And what we have tried to do with CIHARN over the past 16 years is to promote, to build capacities for knowledge to be produced and to be disseminated from the ground, from the grassroots. And that hopefully builds a community of change makers, of change agents, and that's how we expand that community of champions or that community of scholar activists. What we have experienced in Southeast Asia is what I call a pandemic of the oppressed. Of course, borrowing from what we have experienced over the past 5 years with the COVID-19 pandemic. But we have also seen how protracted corruption and impunity has ridden in our governments, not just in Myanmar, but in most countries in Southeast Asia. We have also seen really the displacement of human rights defenders, particularly environmental rights defenders, through climate injustices. But what this pandemic of the oppressed had done and what inspired people is really an uprising from the grassroots, a disruption or an aspiration to disrupt the status quo that leads to the renewal of democratic values. Now, for Myanmar, and this is what we are here for, is really how do we address the legacy of authoritarianism and the legacy of people being really pushed to the margins. This age of strongman doesn't help. We've seen Thailand, we've seen Indonesia, the Philippines, for that matter, being led by strongmen and being influential, particularly in regional discussions and regional action. And that doesn't help really the way that we protect human rights and build peace and promote democratization, particularly in Myanmar. For us, as long as Myanmar is not free, Southeast Asia won't be able to experience freedom and the full protection of human rights. Now, the role of higher education institution is quite crucial here, because even before the junta, the military junta in 2021, we have seen really a number of barriers that led really to the improvement or the strengthening of human rights of higher education institutions. We have colleagues who we have worked with at CHARN, and we have also helped in at the height of the military occupation in 2021. And they have told us really that there have been structural barriers. Again, massive privatization of higher education institutions have also led to the decline of quality of education in Myanmar. And that really paired with the shrinking spaces and the inability to enable critical discourse and thinking among students have really led to the decline of quality of education, of higher education in the country. But the fight is never. This is my last slide. Scholar activism is very much powerful, but many of them are in the diaspora. We have met and we have worked, and we're still working with Myanmar scholar activists at the fringes. Many of them are in the border, many of them have fled the country. And we believe that those who are in exile could and would be very much be part of this partnership, no? And we look forward in that 4 years that we involve more scholars from within, and for those who have left the country, to really co-design what it means for them lasting peace and democratic renewal. And now I give the floor to Dr. Ekapant, who had introduced us to CREEK and who has also worked immensely on democratization in Myanmar. Thank you very much. So lastly, and this will be shared with Dr. Kauser later, we have produced over the years human rights and peace textbooks that are being applied now in a number of universities in Southeast Asia. This yellow one, this orange one, contains think pieces on the experiences of COVID-19, and we had a number of writers from Myanmar who told us, who gave us sort of a prophecy of things, of what would happen as a result of the COVID-19. So we would be sharing this with you, Dr. Kauser. Thank you very much for the invitation. Dr. Ekapan?
Okay, thank you very much, Joel, and also thank you, Dr. Kauser. The thing is, like, I'm trying to, because like we have some kind of a commitment that in a few months from now, like next year, in the very beginning of next year, we are going to organize like a series of conferences in Southeast Asia. And I already committed by my own organization to co-host one of those events. The thing is, like right now, I mean, I have very few experience working on the issues of Myanmar, because most of my work engaging with the issues of the deep south of Thailand and several political conflicts incidents in Thailand. However, like I had a chance to work with a group called Friends Without Borders Foundation and some parts of that Fortify Rights in order to work in the issues regarding the migrations and also like the conflict along the Burmese-Thai border. We proposed one of the research programs that we proposed is about to to find a way for the democratic resilience and domestic democratic peace for Myanmar. So then this is our, new proposals in order to just like find a way to get the Burma back into the democracy. This idea came from the understanding merging between human rights and peace. We know that without the respect of human rights, without human rights protection, we will have no peace. So then when we talk about the perpetual peace and domestic democratic peace, we also use this, we talk about the environment that's free from the violence. And then from the violence-oriented point of view, so then it is very difficult to build peace during the time of the violence conflict. And then especially right now when, if you know that we have airstrike along the Thai-Burmese border almost every day. And then this is how the situation is going on. And then the thing is when we talk about the perception and the cognitive in the peace process, one of the things that right now, just this morning that the former foreign minister of Malaysia has been already addressing. So right now, ASEAN member states, especially leading by Malaysia, is trying to promote what we call the right to peace. And then of course, trying to provide the dignity, human dignity, equality, democracy, and the rule of law in the ASEAN for the environment to build peace. So the thing is, when we talk about this, the peace, then the importance is the perception. I had a privilege to access to several of the informants who are really the stakeholders from several ethnic minorities in Myanmar. And then what we found is that the authoritarian mentality is all over the place. Of course, it's not just only in Myanmar, but it's just in ASEAN member states. So this is also very important because when we are trying to pursue peace, democratization, and also try to promote human rights, this kind of mentality is also the obstacle for pursuing our goals. So, and this is a challenge, how we are facing the authoritarian environment in this area, and then of course how we are going to pursue all of these things. The thing is, I promised Professor Krause that I'm going to cut my presentation by half. So we are trying to say that the environment of the authoritarian environment is there. And then it is really easily to learn, and people are just really conveying this mentality over the generations. And then it brings out, it brings upon the how you call that, human rights violation, and also all kinds of abuses. And how democracy can be resilience. Of course, things can be resilience from all kind of devastations, but we need the environment. Right now, how we are going to build the environment for democracy to resilience in Myanmar. So what we are trying to propose is about the education for human rights and the education for peace. So let me jump into the very conclusion. The thing is that we are trying to promote domestic democratic peace, which means that we have to do something with the democracy in Myanmar. And the thing is, right now, the junta government is trying to proceed for the general election in this coming December, which is actually a few months from now. And the electoral system is totally changed, and they're going to draft a new constitution by their own very soon. So they're going to rule by law. And this is the thing, because from what I have been discussing with a lot of informants in Myanmar, a lot of ethnic minorities will not participate in this general election. And I'm not sure if it's going to be the political deadlock again in this country. And also, of course, like I'm not sure whether like the junta government will try to applying the use of the force for the military again in this community. So this is what is going to could be happen. But anyway, the thing is, we are trying to promote the platform. I think ASEAN is an important organization. Of course, like from the studies, we know that this kind of organization is very, very slow in moving, and also like a kind of, you know, very difficult to engage in something like, you know, very, very immediate issues or ad hoc issues. But anyway, the thing is that an organization like ASEAN is very important in creating the platform. And this platform is very important for the people with the different points of view to participate. The thing is, when we want people to participate in the peace platform, we have been trying to talk about like trust building. But there are two colleagues of us, of course, like they have just passed away recently. One is the Professor Chai Watstan, and also other person is Dr. Norbert Ropers. Both of them comes out with some kind of like suggestions, because like after years and years or even decades of working in the conflict situations in Thailand and several countries in Southeast Asia, we believe that at a certain point we need to have the platform that people who don't even have trust can talk. And I think this is like the technology maybe helping us very well. And I hope that our platform can continue, of course, like after this event, we can continue this platform in several countries in Southeast Asia, including Thailand. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully that we have further discussion later on. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Steve Ross from the Stimson Center, bringing expertise on international security and regional stability. Steve Ross is a senior fellow and a Stimson Center leading the crisis in Myanmar, Rakhine State. An expert in conflict resolution and governance in South and Southeast Asia. He previously served as senior advisor at the Richardson Center, directing efforts on the Rohingya crisis. Based in Myanmar from 2014 to 2017, he led conflict prevention initiatives for the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue and supported the Carter Center Election Observation Mission. His experience includes roles at the U.S. State Department, CSIS, and Global Rule of Law programs. Steve holds an MPA from Princeton University and a BA in Political Science and History from the Tufts University. Let's welcome.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Thanks, first of all, to the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute Canada for having me and for gathering this convening. I've been asked to focus my remarks on U.S.-Myanmar relations. I'll start with a brief overview of the past 15 years of U.S.-Myanmar relations. Then I'll turn to what we know about U.S. policy towards Myanmar under the Trump administration, looking at what we have seen so far and what we might expect in the coming years. Overall, it's my sense that there has been and will continue to be significant changes to U.S.-Myanmar relations under the Trump administration, but these are driven less by the nature of the bilateral relationship than by the administration's approach to foreign policy more broadly. Nonetheless, that will have significant impacts on the conflict dynamics in Myanmar and in neighboring countries, and there will continue to be uncertainty about the U.S. approach. So just looking back at U.S.-Myanmar relations, before 2010 and beginning in the late 1980s, the relationship was dominated by US human rights concerns in Myanmar. Those emanated from the elections in 1988, which were not recognized by the Myanmar military, the revolution at that time, the 88 revolution, subsequently the Saffron Revolution, and then the response to Cyclone Nargis in 2008. At the same time, there were some concerns from the US side about Myanmar's links to North Korea and weapons proliferation. And during that time, the US imposed both broad-based and targeted economic sanctions against Myanmar. There was, as I'm sure many of you know, a significant shift in 2010 with a watershed moment of engagement after the 2010 elections in Myanmar, which were followed by the release of Aung San Suu Kyi, the visit of then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and then subsequent visits 2 times by President Barack Obama, all leading up to the 2015 elections. And in the 2010s, there was a normalization of relations, an easing of sanctions, a huge increase in humanitarian and development support to Myanmar, reaching a peak of almost $250 million US by 2020. But at the same time, only modest investment from the private sector in the US. Then, of course, there was the coup in February of 2021. Under the Biden administration, overall, I would say there was significant authority that the administration had to dictate policy towards Myanmar, but a reluctance to use the authorities that they had. And a situation where the administration certainly could have done more. Having said that, in the immediate aftermath of the coup, there was the signing of an executive order about 10 days later, which declared a national emergency and gave the executive broad authority for imposing sanctions. Subsequent to that, a sort of drip of targeted sanctions against various actors in Myanmar from 2021 until the present. There was continued significant amounts of humanitarian assistance. With respect to the situation in Rakhine, the State Department made a declaration of genocide committed against the Rohingya in 2022, while at the same time doing little to follow through in a tangible way to support that determination in terms of support to the Rohingya community and looking for a political resolution beyond some of the humanitarian assistance that was provided and some support to international justice and accountability mechanisms. In late 2022, as a part of the National Defense Authorization Act, the Burma Act was passed. And I'll just spend a minute going into that because I think it's important. The Burma Act at its outset includes a statement of what US policy is towards Myanmar. And it states that it's the policy of the US to continue to support the people of Burma in their struggle for democracy, human rights, and justice, to support opposition to military rule and restoration of civilian rule, accountability, and continued provision of humanitarian assistance. The Burma Act also authorized the executive to impose sanctions, to provide funding, including non-lethal aid and technical support to resistance actors, including the NUG and ethnic groups. But there was a limit to the extent that these authorities were actually exercised. And I would argue there was a perverse impact of the Burma Act and the provisions within it, giving China the perception that the US was much more deeply engaged in the conflict in Myanmar than it actually was, including, I think, the perception from the Chinese side that the US was providing lethal support to ethnic armed groups. And that was perceived as threatening by China, and I think was part of the pretext for why we've seen China provide much more significant support to the military, particularly over the last year. So that's just a quick summation of where I think we were as of January 2025. Since then, what does US policy look like, and what might it look like going forward? In short, I don't think we know yet what the Trump administration's policy approach to Myanmar is going to be. There is a policy review that is underway, and I'll discuss that more in a minute, but it is not yet complete. So what do we know? First, we know that there is going to be a strong emphasis on making the U.S. stronger, safer, and more prosperous as a part of U.S. foreign policy. And under that framework, the changes that have had the biggest impacts on Myanmar are not necessarily unique to Myanmar. So you have the shutdown of U.S. aid and cuts to humanitarian and development assistance, which obviously have had a very significant impact on Myanmar, including in the aftermath of the earthquake in Mandalay in March. But those impacts are not by any means unique to Myanmar. Similarly, with the restructuring and shrinking of the State Department, there have been some impacts on various parts of the U.S. foreign policy apparatus that engage with Myanmar that have been impacted. But it is not just Myanmar that is being affected. With respect to Myanmar specifically, I think it is important not to read too much into individual actions. There has been a lack of overall coherence that fits a broader pattern of contradictions that I think we've seen in the administration's strategy and policymaking. So on the one hand, we've seen a range of actions which suggest that there may be increased openness to engaging with the military in Myanmar. There was the letter that President Trump sent to Min Aung Hlaing in early July with respect to tariffs, although it was quite clear that was a form letter and probably not cleared with folks in the State Department and elsewhere in the administration that might have raised concerns. There was the lifting of sanctions on some companies linked to the arms trade in late July. And at about the same time, we saw interest from the administration crop up in the critical minerals that Myanmar has. So all of those things suggest that maybe the administration is leaning more towards engagement than would have been the case under the Biden administration, the previous Trump administration, or previously. On the other hand, almost immediately after he took office, the Trump administration, President Trump, reauthorized the executive order that imposes a state of emergency with respect to Myanmar, the very same state of emergency that President Biden signed just shortly after the coup. We had testimony from the nominee to be the U.S. ambassador to Thailand in July, saying that it's the State Department's position not to encourage Myanmar to hold elections, and that if confirmed, he would encourage Thailand not to lend legitimacy to the Myanmar regime. In July, we also had the Congress passing several bills out of committee with respect to Myanmar. One, the BRAVE Act, which was largely focused on sanctions. Two, the Burma Genocide and Accountability and Prevention Act, which was largely focused on Rohingya-related matters. And third, the No New Burma Funds Act, which seeks to block support from international finance institutions to the Myanmar military. So some support in Congress. I think obviously there are questions about Congress's role under this administration, but champions within Congress that still have a strong interest in Myanmar and the restoration of democracy and support to resistance actors and opposition actors in Myanmar. In addition, just in the last 2 weeks, we've seen new sanctions imposed by the administration. At the beginning of September, several individuals and entities were sanctioned who are linked to the scam centers on the Thai-Myanmar border. And then just yesterday, several individuals and entities with links to the arms trade, and particularly arms trade with North Korea, were sanctioned. And then finally, and significantly, the Burma Act is still in effect. So those policies that were set out in the Burma Act in 2022 still hold to this day. So it is still the policy of the U.S. to support the people of Myanmar in their struggle for democracy, human rights, and justice, to support opposition to the military and restoration of civilian rule, accountability and humanitarian assistance. There are questions the extent to which this administration will support that, but unless there is a new act of Congress, that is the official U.S. policy towards Burma. Having said that, I mentioned a moment ago there is a policy review that is underway. It began shortly after the new administration came to power and was led initially by the Asia team at the National Security Council. When the earthquake happened, the review was paused and delayed for a period of time. After it resumed, there was a shakeup at the National Security Council, and the review was paused or delayed again. Since then, it seems as if the review has shifted to the State Department. And I would say that that is part of a broader effort within the administration to shift policymaking from the National Security Council, which the Trump administration views as having grown bloated and straying from its initial interagency coordinating function, and shifting that policy focus back to the State Department. At the same time, there are key leadership positions within the State Department that remain unfulfilled, particularly the Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific, who would, if in place, be leading this process. But there are a few key elements which seem likely to emerge once the policy review is completed. First is the role of China, which will be no surprise to anyone that has followed the geopolitical developments on the U.S.-China front in recent years. That is likely to remain a significant concern in Washington, D.C. The second pillar, I would say, is transnational crime. And that's both looking at cyber scams, which have a huge impact on Americans as well as others in Western countries and in the region, as well as drug trafficking, with Myanmar being a significant producer and hub for drugs in Southeast Asia, some of which reach American markets. And the third pillar is regional stability, which is essentially the impact that conflict within Myanmar has on its neighbors and within Asia more broadly. So those are some of the elements that I think we're likely to see. What is notable is what is not included. Under the Biden administration, for example, we would expect to hear a lot about norms, democracy, and human rights. That is not something that we are likely to hear much about from this administration with respect to Myanmar. And that's going to have a significant impact as well on what the humanitarian and development support from the US might look like. Having said that, I think those changes, as I alluded to previously, are not necessarily unique to Myanmar. They are global, but because of the dynamics in Myanmar, they are going to have a tremendous impact on the trajectory of the conflict there, and the withdrawal of US funding and technical support from civil society, media, other resistance actors is going to be very wide-reaching, and there is no obvious actor to replace the US role. I will say, though, that the Australian budget includes a significant amount of support for Myanmar and Bangladesh with respect to the Rohingya over the next several years. Just to wrap up, I want to highlight two, I think, unknowns, which will be worth watching in the coming months. One is how the administration actually approaches the military-run elections in Myanmar. I think before the elections are held, it is very unlikely that the US will come out in support of the elections. But what maybe will be different than would have occurred under a different administration is the extent to which the administration is willing to engage with Myanmar's neighbors, others in the region, with ASEAN, to encourage them not to support or engage with the electoral process. And then related to that, and perhaps even more importantly, is what will the administration do after the elections, particularly as it seems likely that some of Myanmar's neighbors, China, India, Thailand, and maybe other members of ASEAN, look to use the elections as a pathway to normalizing relations with the regime that emerges. How will the administration approach that issue? And then I think the other big unknown is if the administration will try to seek some sort of grand bargain in Myanmar. We have seen President Trump style himself as a peacemaker. It's very clear that he would like a Nobel Prize. Myanmar is an incredibly difficult nut to crack, but might he try and reach some grand bargain in Myanmar, which leads to greater stability, if not a resolution of the conflict and addressing the underlying and root causes of conflict? Or might there be some sort of grand bargain that he seeks to broker and the administration seeks to broker to access critical minerals from Myanmar? I think those are incredibly complex things to try to address, but it could be an area where the administration seeks to play a role and which I think would have likely a negative impact on efforts to address the conflict dynamics in Myanmar. I will stop there, and if there's time, happy to answer questions or engage in discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. A message of hope or despair, Steve? Both?
Yeah, I mean, I have certainly a tremendous amount of hope for the people of Myanmar and the resilience and devotion that they have given to this cause over the last 4.5 years. But the conflict dynamics have been very, very challenging, and the humanitarian situation in Myanmar, combined with the loss of support from Western countries and the additional support from China, makes for a very, very difficult pathway ahead.
Thank you, Steve, for your time and your energy. And I think we look forward to seeing what U.S. policy evolves. Thank you once again on behalf of the Institute, Steve. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
We are honored to welcome Moso O, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the National Unity Government of Myanmar, joining us from Washington, D.C. to share remarks on the struggle for democracy in Myanmar. Moso O participated in students' demonstration and later nationwide uprising in 1988 when he studied at the Rangoon Arts and Science University. Then he joined the National League for Democracy led by Do Aung San Suu Kyi in September in 1988. He was arrested in 1999 for his involvement in political activities and released in 1999. He received a master's degree after studying at the Chulalongkorn University in Thailand while he was in exile. Upon return to Myanmar in 2012, he served as a Deputy Chief of Staff to the office of the NLD chairperson, Do Aung San Suu Kyi, and then became the Chief of Staff of the office in February 2016. He received a degree from postgraduate course of International Strategic Studies at the Royal College of Defence Studies in London in 2017. He served as an advisor to the Union Peace Commission until the attempted coup in February 2021. He was an executive director of the Do Kyi King Foundation, a charity organization chaired by Do Aung San Suu Kyi. He was appointed by the CRPH and the National Unity Consultative Council as a Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the National Unity Government of Myanmar in April in 2021.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and we apologize for being a little late. That was quite beyond our control. So the floor is yours, and We are so happy to have you with us. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, the host, the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, Canada, and thank you to the University of Manitoba as well. As you all know, our country is a multi-ethnic society. For centuries, many of our ethnic nationalities lived as independent entities. Under British colonial rule, they joined with the Burma majority in the struggle for independence, and together in 1948, we sought to build a federal union. However, all constitutions adopted since independence, including those of 1947, 1974, and 2008, failed to uphold the promises of the Bank Loan Agreement, the founding contract among our ethnic groups. This failure became the root causes of the civil war that has lasted for more than 70 years. Following the 1972 military coup and subsequent takeovers, democracy vanished from our country, along with the multi-party system and federal system as well. Military dictatorship became the root cause of the absence of both federalism and democracy. From 2010 to 2020, our country experienced a brief taste of democracy. But after the attempted military coup in February 2021, the people rose up against military rule. The Spring Revolution began with nationwide demonstrations, the civil disobedience movement, and boycotts of military products and services. Soon after, the committee representing Pidonzuloto is a parliament, was formed by elected parliamentarians. The National Unity Government was also established, and the National Unity Consultative Council brought together diverse stakeholders. Together, we adopted the Federal Democracy Charter and abolished the illegitimate 2008 Constitution. The Spring Revolution has become an opportunity to address the root causes of our crisis, to eradicate military dictatorship, restore democracy and federalism, and establish a federal democratic union. This is the only solution to our country's crisis. To achieve this, collaboration among all elements of the resistance movement is essential. Today, despite differences, nearly all ethnic groups are united in this common purpose. Based on this unity, we have created a platform to discuss the fundamental principles of the future federal union as outlined in the Federal Democracy Charter. The 2008 Constitution failed in two critical areas: federalism and democracy. That's why the Burma majority, together with other ethnic groups, is determined to draft a new federal democratic constitution and build a new federal democratic union. To reach that goal, we need a clear theory of change. Ending military dictatorship will not be easy. We must apply sustained pressure through multiple channels: armed resistance, civil disobedience, diplomatic and economic measures, financial sanctions, and coordinated actions by people both inside and outside of our country. Our revolution is truly sans frontier, without borders. Burmese people across the globe are part of this struggle. Creative funding efforts ranging from the sale of bonds, properties, and raffle tickets to the creation of digital payment systems and even online banks, alongside donations from our diaspora,
and migrant workers sustain our movement. These funds are transparent and legitimate. This pressure will continue until the military realized it must withdraw from politics, return to the barracks, and face accountability for atrocity crimes. It will continue until they accept the drafting of a new constitution that guarantees democracy and federalism, and until they relinquish power to a transitional authority of the Spring Revolution. During this transitional period, key stakeholders were engaged in dialogue to shape a future federal union where all can live peacefully. These agreements will be enshrined in the Federal Democratic Constitution, under which we will establish a Federal Democratic Union. This movement differs from the past struggles because it includes military resistance. The National Unity Government has formed the People's Defense Forces, PDFs, which have quickly grown into the formidable force capable of challenging the Junta's military across the country. Ethnic resistance organizations coordinating together have liberated towns and territories. Today, the junta controls less than half of the country's territory. In response, the junta has escalated its violence with indiscriminate and terroristic attacks, including airstrikes on civilians, religious sites, hospitals, and schools, killing thousands and destroying countless homes. Facing heavy losses in battle, the junta has resorted to forced conscription, while many of its soldiers desert or defect to join the resistance. Despite the brutality, we see light at the end of the tunnel, so we are preparing for the future of Federal Union even as we fight. Our revolutionary forces are diverse in from but united in purpose. We agreed that the 2008 Constitution must be replaced. We agreed that an interim period is necessary to draft a new Constitution. We agreed that the military must be placed under civilian oversight and removed from the politics. And we agreed that general elections must be held under this new framework. Anyone, whether individual, organization, or country, who wish to help solve our crisis must recognize these truths. That the so-called elections planned by the military junta are nothing more than a farce, a puppet show that cannot resolve our crisis. They lack even a reliable voter list, especially given mass displacement. Their failed census only proves this point. The only acceptable elections will be those held under the new constitution following the transitional period. This is also true for the Rohingya crisis. As long as military dictatorship remains, the safe return of the Rohingya to their homeland will remain a dream. Justice, accountability, citizenship, repatriation, and rehabilitation of the Rohingya are inseparable from the broader struggle for a federal democratic union. Negotiations with the junta will not achieve this. Only by working together with the revolutionary forces can we build a system where the Rohingya and all ethnic groups can live with dignity and fundamental rights. There are no shortcuts. True coexistence will come only through trust, mutual respect, and a constitutional framework that serves all. The Federal Democratic Charter makes this clear. Sovereignty originates from the people of the constituent states. These states hold equal political rights, self-determination, and their own constitutions, operating under the principle of subsidiarity. These principles are acceptable to all ethnic groups, including Rohingya. Ultimately, the people of each state will decide their own future. So, in conclusion, I would say that we are determined to continue our revolution, our resistance, because we have no other choice. It is our only chance to eradicate dictatorship and build a federal democratic union where all ethnic groups, including the Rohingya and other minorities, can live peacefully. With international assistance, our plan to lasting peace can be made shorter and less difficult. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any questions for the Minister from the floor? Honorable Minister, I do have a question. So we have heard military junta has given an election date in December this year. So how do you see this move by military in Myanmar, and where is NLD, or let's say NUG, in terms of the election and election environment? Thank you.
As I said before, the so-called elections to be organized by the military junta will be just a puppet show because they do not allow any political parties that won in the previous elections. 80% of the voters of the previous elections, like the National League for Democracy, the NLD, and other ethnic parties like the Shared National League for Democracy, that won majority of the voters and constituents in the previous elections. We are not allowed to participate in the upcoming their sham elections. And another thing is that they would be able to conduct such so-called elections in 100 constituents, which is just one part of the countries. And like I said, they could go to only less than half of the territories of the country. So it is not realistic to hold elections in one part of the countries, 100 constituents. Another thing is that they don't have a reliable, credible voters list. The ironic fact is that they staged a military coup in 2021, given the reason of the voters fraud of the National League for Democracy government. But this time, they don't even have a proper voters because there are a lot of the volatile movement of the people because of the conflict. So it's not possible at all to conduct a proper list of the voters all across the country. And another thing is that they are trying to hold that elections under the very undemocratic elections law that bar all the people who are very close to, our resistance groups or the National League for Democracy or some other political parties that really want democratic principles. So I would say that this it cannot be even called elections. It's just a sort of a selection.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your time. I know you are very busy at the UN. We really express our gratitude for making time to speak to us. Best of luck, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have not forgotten about lunch. Lunch is served. You might be wondering, but I kept it quite confidential. That is why I didn't say when the lunch will start. So lunch will start now. First part is over, thanks God. Everything worked as per planned. And I'm so sorry to kind of juggle these things because of time differences. So we had to bring others earlier. So when you take lunch on the room beside, I am requesting our honorable visiting guests to kindly touch base with our accountant, Nana Adai, because he has something to talk to you. So please, he will reach out to you, but anyways, he is available to take some of the records of your visits, etc. And also, when we come back, we are expecting our Member of Parliament, Terry Duguid, to speak. And then we have, last but not the least, and very important discussion by John. He has traveled from Ottawa. So off you go for lunch, and thank you very much for your tremendous energy so far. We appreciate. Thank you. We are reconvening. Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, you are not leaving. So you are going to kindly reconvene at 10 past 2. 10 past 2, 15 past 2, that will be great if you kindly convene. Thank you very much. Lunch is served. Just room beside, 2 to 5. Thank you.